Hello.
Yo, yo, yo. I got this Monster Hydro Super Sport. And I'm looking at it. I think this motherfucker has more caffeine in it than a regular Monster.
Is that how it's supposed to work?
I thought it would have less because it was like their hydration. Like it says superior hydration. I thought it was going to be like a, like a Gatorade with a little bit of caffeine in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, I lied. Never mind. So apparently a regular Monster has 160 milligrams of caffeine. So does this. Monster Java apparently has 220 milligrams of caffeine, which I did not know. And those are my favorite. Pipeline Punch has 190 milligrams. It's so interesting.
Just trying to decide if this is energy drink type of night. Or should I go find some booze?
For me, it has to be an energy drink kind of night because otherwise I'll be asleep. I'm assed out today. I don't even know why.
It might be a little difficult for us to run the game.
I was like, yeah, it's whatever. You do what you're gonna do. Ooh, that's really good though. Called Killer Kiwi. I'm not unaware of the irony in the title. It's pretty good. How's everybody at?
No idea. They was just like, nah.
Probably. No one said it's Thursday in chat, so everybody forgot.
Right.
When's your next level up, John?
It's every 5th. So
So in 2
what episode
episodes?
are we?
8.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I got a new thing I think I wanna try out, and you'll probably be the first person that really can take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna modify the specialization rules
Mm-hmm.
and make it so specialization is a continuation of leveling skills instead of it being like a more way to fine tune it. So it's like once you hit D12 in a skill, you can choose to specialize in something of it. So like for like athletics, you could choose to specialize in like grappling. And what you would be able to do is you would roll your grapple skill, which could be a completely new skill you would get. You would roll your grapple skill as a self-support, and then you would roll your athletic skill, and you'd be able to use it that way. But make it where you can actually fine-tune the things you're doing. And where I think you'd be especially interested in it would be in how spells are handled.
Mm-hmm.
Make it where you could specialize in an individual spell. And then make it where, like, X amount of power points are baked into the specialized skill. So, like, say at a D4, like, 1 power point is already baked into, like, for modifiers.
Mm-hmm.
When you get up to a D6, 2, 3, 4, 5, once you get maxed out, you'd have a total of 5 power points that could be baked into it. That basically, anytime you roll the skill, you could minus 5 points from any of the modifiers, and you would be rolling a self-support for that spell. But for every other spell, you would obviously just roll like your regular spell casting, and you wouldn't get that self-support.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a thing of me thinking of, like, for spells, some of the rules would have to be like, it can't be a new spell. Like, you can't just grab new spell and be like, all right, I specialize in this new spell that I just got yesterday. It would have to be one that you've done a while, but also, like, maybe we flavor it so it works differently than normal. Like, so something is unique about that variant of it. Like, you've done it so long, you're able to kind of twist the magic into doing exactly what you want it to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to figure out the full specifics of it, but I think the way I'll do it is the push pull to it is a specialized skill. You can only bump up 1 die per level. That's it. Because of the fact that all it does is essentially make something that you're already amazing at even better. It has a higher cost than everything else.
Okay.
It's a Megan chair.
I should probably do the energy drink.
Oh, you got the mini fridge right there. You made it sound like you had to go get something. I gotta go get this energy drink.
All the way over there.
I know how you feel. I gotta take 2 steps to get to my mini fridge.
You can't even
That
fit a
doesn't even
monster in that
count.
fridge.
That's a fucking mini fridge. Shut up.
I gotta carry my mini fridge back over to my desk.
Will that even fit a monster?
I don't think so. I think if that's the only thing I'm putting in it, then maybe.
You gotta like jam it in sideways. Top half of it's frozen, bottom half of it's warm somehow. Like, what the fuck?
This guy plugged into his USB.
Shut up.
Also, this would be the first time streaming with the new version of OBS. And Sin, I can hear myself in your shit somehow. So we'll see if we can break shit. The layout's already broken. Why does Megan look so panicked?
Right.
She had like the fear of God in her eyes.
Everything's on fire.
Megan's hair is shiny.
So shiny.
Oh, I can tell I'm on stream now because I'm getting my echo. I need to mute the stream. I need to re-up my Prime sub because apparently that's expired.
The hell did you just do, Sin? Stop smiling, it's creepy.
Okay, that shouldn't happen again.
His fridge took up too much power.
Yep.
If nothing, I'll just roll with it.
Just hit the voice mod button when it does.
Like, I don't know what happened, but I'm berserking, guys.
Oh, I should probably update my Fantasy Grounds.
Sin, you should look into Lororn board, I think it's called. It's basically like a stream deck, but it's just an app on your computer you install. And you could set up like shortcut keys, so if you wanted to like make your voice mod go off every time you hit like F12, you could just do that.
I have mine set to my arrow keys right now.
No, that works too.
I don't think I'm gonna need to be pressing those when I'm doing any kind of gaming or on stream or anything.
Mm-hmm. Till you're in the middle of a conversation and all of a sudden you start talking like this.
I mean, it happened the other day when my controller hit it.
I don't get it. Why is everyone laughing?
This is a very emotional time for me.
Fuck. So Razer released their version of the Stream Deck. So that's what I'm looking into.
You're such a brand whore.
Right?
It makes things so much easier.
The all-in-one controller. They couldn't even give it like a cool name.
Nah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
It's not like the Python or the Cobra.
It's called the Razer Stream Controller. It's actually kind of cool because it they copied off of there's another brand that came out with one like this, but it has the knobs on it.
They actually partnered with Razer, and the only difference
Got the
I think,
knobs?
is
Knobs.
The juice as well.
Hopefully not.
I think the only
corn.
difference is like a updated software, and instead of the old logo, they just put the Razer logo on the bottom.
Oh, okay, so that's what I was thinking, like, because it looks exactly like real similar to that other program.
Mm-hmm. Yep, same model and everything.
Hey, look, it's time to switch over. I did manage to get all of the thingy-thangs going as far as transitions and everything working again. But as you can see, like, where the bennies and adventure cards and shit would go, that, I don't know how that broke, but it broke. So, that stays broke for now. I'll have it updated. I actually am doing a new layout design that's, it's like this one, but just fancier. But it'll be nice because I'm going to add some more interactions to the stream. And I think I might bring back stream avatars. People seem to like that, and they got the app fixed now finally, so it should work. But yeah, other than that, we're kind of in jank mode for this stream. A lot of gray area that I don't like, but it is what it is for right now. I'll get it working. But yeah, so on that, we could just hop right into recap. Who wants to do that? Megan's not here. John's not here. Megan's partially here, I guess. I didn't see that you had your earbud in.
I'm here. I'm just filling out some documents that we're supposed to have sent in by like the end of the day, that I didn't realize that today was that date. So I'm like, I have to send this email now!
You're good. And Heathcliff slid out of frame, so I guess, Sin, you're doing recap.
Alright, 2-minute recap. The hardest part, remembering how we started.
I think this time we started with we had just gotten to the hotel with the one dude with dropped off the new residents.
Okay, so that was in the middle of the night. The party gets back to the city, drops off. Everyone gets them their 5 days, weeks worth. I don't remember how long we had them
Week.
put up for. Weeks worth. And then the party leaves and goes and gets their own place to sleep. Go back into the woods and just camp out. Everyone's pretty exhausted, so just immediately go to sleep. In the morning, trying to figure out what we're gonna do, if we have to go into work today. If we check up on the people we brought in. So when we leave in the morning, the first place we go is we head over to the bakery, get some breakfast, hot cocoa, some cider. From there, the party follows Kay to the hotel or whatever, and checks up on them. They had mentioned how they wanted Kay to come and stop by to introduce her to the daughters or to someone, but we didn't know that the whole party was going to be joining her, so don't really want to do that with a bunch of strangers, and especially men for some reason. So Kay's gonna do that a different time. From there we go and head to a barn, a farm of sorts, to go and get some brushes for Asha, our new party bear. And it doesn't take too long for us to decide that we're gonna get one brush to comb out all the knots and another brush for a design. But then the party stays an even longer time to discuss getting a saddle for her, getting maybe a large, I don't remember what it's called.
Come on, Heathcliff.
Like
What's it called?
House thing to sit on the back of her.
It sounded like something.
Yeah, I don't remember what it sounded like.
Sounded like howdy.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it was like
Howdy.
howdy. It was
Began with an R. It was like a crowdy or something.
Well, that. Pro brought up maybe attaching a wagon of sorts to the saddle.
Howdah.
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 Big house thing that sits on the back of the bear. And maybe we could get a wagon to pull stuff, pull the rest of the party while Tao sits in his howdah. And after coming to a rough estimate of, I think, 50,000 till for the entire thing, we go to receive our payment for fixing the pylon, which Tao was going to try to get 50,000 till. Before there, we head to a thrift shop, some old, what are they called, Salvation Army type store. And Crow replaces his rags that he's been wearing for the past few days. Tao goes and finds some material that match his poncho cloak type thing, and in the back he finds a blast staff just sitting against the wall, so he grabs that too. Gio's swinging around hockey sticks and shit. Go to pay, ended up talking to the cashier for a while. Some conversations about Vegas, what's it like there, the area that we're in right now, trail off in the mountains. Then after a while we finally pay and head over to the power plant. When we get there, we find out that we all aren't supposed to be working today. JD's not even in today, so since he handles the pay, we're not going to get paid until tomorrow when he's in. So we leave, we head back to our little camp area and kind of just sit around for a while, trying to decide what to do, making plans. Some of the party thinking about breaking into the governor's place. The entire time, Tal is getting the knots out, then putting the racing stripe designs in Asha.
Ava.
Asha? Ava. Oh shit.
Wrong campaign.
Right.
I mean, I kept calling her Ada, so I mean, it's Ava, Ada, Asha. Maybe we'll each have our own name for her by the end.
Seeing how no one really has any plans, Crow gets up and starts foraging for some more trail rations and stuff. Tao gets up, starts walking off. Gio's kind of rambling about stuff that he misses, and Kay is trying to think but can't think when people are talking, so she goes and she's alone with herself. Tao goes back to Freddy, starts asking him a few questions, then brings up that we're looking for a flower or drug that was mentioned having to do with the power plant. Freddy says that that's all rumors that were spread around, but some people know that the rumors were actually true. We got rid of all of them. I think the governor and his captains or something took care of it. So Tao leaves, and on his way back, out in the middle of nowhere, two hooded, masked figures come up to him, put him in an essence hold of sorts, stick something into his forearm, and tell him to let dead things stay dead or something along those lines. Then they take off running, and by the time Tal comes to out of his essence hold, he looks back and they're nowhere to be found. So he starts walking back and runs into Crow, explains what happened to him. We both start walking back, see Gio peeking into the thrift shop's window, explain the situation to him. we go walking back to the camp. We can't find Kay anywhere, but Ava is sitting there, so Tal asks Ava if she's seen Kay. Tells Ava, can you lead us to her, or point to where she's at, or something like that. And Kay starts climbing into Geo's tent, and eventually the thing collapses. We hear Kay scream, I think, and she draws a bow and fires it at Ava, which just bounces off of her. After a while, we untangle Ava, get her out of the tent, explain the situation to Kay, and what happened from there?
That was pretty much the gist of it. Is you explained everything that was going on, and everybody was kind of talking about what happened, where they went, and then Tal mentioned that he had went back to the city and was poisoned, and he says it all super casual. And then Kay's like, hold on a second. What happened? Why did you go back there? And he explains he went and talked to Freddy. And then he says that he was poisoned, and when he shows everybody his arm, basically from where he was, the needle was stuck in his hand all the way down his forearm, is glowing purple like it does when his essence is firing. And that was a cliffhanger. Thanks for getting the cliffhanger, the thing that we're named after again. And Sin, you were quiet again on there. I don't know if voice mod's not on or if it just is what it is at this point.
I'm just gonna start doing sign language.
That'd be good. It opens up to another demographic. Yeah. So that's where we will start off. So you all are still at the now defunct campsite. Tal's explaining everything, and as he kind of pulls his arm out to show you where he was stabbed by that poison needle, you see that his arm is glowing purple, and it's like creeping down his forearm. Tal.
Yep.
Give me a vigor save, please. All right. Yeah, so you all notice his arm glowing purple as he's talking, kind of peeking out from underneath his robe.
How does it feel?
Your hand has been kind of tingly ever since it happened, but nothing has really drawn attention to it until you've seen everybody's reaction to it being that way. But you could kind of just feel like the tingle from where the initial poison hit, and that's really it. You don't feel much else.
He is going to point off in a random direction where there doesn't seem to be anything, with the hand that's glowing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna fire a bolt, or try to, and see what happens.
So, go ahead and add 6 to your spellcasting roll.
Okay.
So you already rolled it, so yeah, so that's a 16. And go ahead and give me another vigor roll with a -4, please. You shoot off the blast, and as you do, you feel this power course through you that you've never felt before. You feel like the essence that you just tapped into was the deepest, most purest connection to the essence you've ever had. And as you shoot it off, you start to feel all of the power coursing through your arm. And in the back of your mind, you just start thinking about how much more of this you want. Like, with this sort of power, what you could do.
Okay.
Crow gets up and starts walking in the direction that Tao shot.
Are you okay? It doesn't hurt? What's going on?
That doesn't look good.
Feels good.
It doesn't look good.
It's suspicious.
With his other hand, he's going to point in the opposite direction with his right hand, and he's going to fire another bolt to see how that feels.
Sure. So like it feels normal. Like you feel like the power course through and you shoot out like it normally does, and it hits the area and kind of just, dissipates into the ground. Crow, with you walking in the other direction, you can see almost like this cutout through like the foliage and wood where like leaves and everything have been just disintegrated in this blast path. And as it starts to like skid down towards the ground, you can see this like scorched earth, like this strip of scorched earth at the end of where the blast hit.
You weren't aiming at something, were you? Or were you
No.
like testing something?
It's an experiment.
Oh. Walks back.
I guess we would need to get answers from the robed figures that stuck that pin in my hand.
And you said they did this because you raised a bear.
They said that I should leave dead things lie, and said that this was a warning. This was after I spoke with Freddy.
Okay, so leave dead things lie or leave dead things where they lay is a human expression that basically means don't dig up the past.
Oh.
So they may have been referring to what you asked Freddy about, not necessarily the bear. Though they could also be talking about the bear. I mean, the bear is kind of a dead thing that's not lying.
This is true. It could be quite literal, or it could be about your conversation with Freddy.
People just say what they mean.
So I guess we should go ask Freddy then, huh?
So I think that's a bad choice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that what started this? Kind of, maybe, ish.
Yeah, if it started it, then let's go get some fucking answers.
Right, that would be the place to retrace the steps versus having any solid leads at all.
I suppose it was more of a not wanting to take a chance of, I don't know, him lashing out or us being followed. Either way, I don't think we're safe anymore.
Oh, we should try to get followed. I can have Iris watching us from above and let us know when someone's tailing us.
True.
That sounds like that could work. Are you gonna go yourself, or should we all go?
I'm
Go ask.
not the most subtle of people.
We've never noticed.
I mean, if we're trying to, I mean, if they notice Tal, I mean, Tal's not exactly the most subtle of people either, but I mean, if they notice Tal, thinking maybe someone with a little more tact.
It sounds as if Tal was just walking when this happened. Granted, he was very knowing Tal. He was more than likely very forward and out front and said exactly what he meant in a very blunt and intense manner. Considering he brought up the drug, and then this happened, this drug supposedly enhances essence abilities, and well, looks at the scorched earth over there. Considering that felt good, and you're surging, something seems to connect some dots. It seems as though definitely has more to do with Freddy than it does with Ava. And I think they may have hit you with the drug, injected you. Is Tal's arm still glowing?
Yes.
Do you feel like you need to be using your power right now?
I would really much like to, yes.
All right. So it's like an essence high.
Let's go find out some information from Freddy. Crow gets up and starts walking.
All right, but I have a feeling they might not take too kindly to this, so be ready.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Ready for Freddy. He just kind of smiles at Gio.
All right. So you guys are heading back into town, back towards the power plant?
Does
It
anyone
appears
follow it?
so.
Yeah.
What was that, Sin?
I wanted to know if anyone was actually following.
Did Crow just get up and start walking?
Well, Kay said if we should all go or who should go, or like we were trying to figure out who was going to go individually.
I think that Gio has made the assumption that the who should go was not who should go to town. It was who should go talk to, who should actually go and do the talking. He's of the assumption that he's gonna follow and at least stay nearby either way.
Yeah, just in case we need backup. Could always all link up.
All right. Then you guys start heading into town. And by this time, it's already nightfall. And you guys start heading your way back. By the time you get back to the power plant, it's completely sundown, and you guys make your way up the little path that leads up to the doorway, and as soon as you go to open it, you realize it's locked up already for the night.
Doorway to the main building or like the gate?
Like, the door to the main building is locked.
And Freddy's on a trailer outside the main building, right?
Yep.
Just gonna walk around to wherever he's at then.
Well, so the whole back area where they're at, that's that fenced-in area. That's the whole reason you had to like climb through the fence that one time.
Okay.
So like the front area is not fenced in. You can get up to the main part of the building, but everything in the surrounding area is fenced in.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go around then and to the gate. Try to see if that one spot that he crawled under last time is still there.
Okay. Are you telling anybody you're doing this, or do you just like notice it's locked and then turn around and start walking?
Just turn around and start walking.
All right. Is anybody following Crow, or are you guys like what's everybody else doing?
When the door becomes locked and I see crows going a different way, just going to instantly start stealthing and trying to make sure that there is nobody around to be seeing us, because obviously I don't think he's giving up on the whole getting in thing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a stealth and a notice roll then.
Geo follows. Okay.
Not that notice roll. Okay, fine, we're sucking.
Wow.
So Geo follows Kay, and seeing her trying to be stealthy, will attempt to be stealthy as well.
Same. Nailed it.
Nailed it. Yep.
We're doing everything that she's doing.
It's like a fucking like old Looney Tune commercial. She's walking and you guys are like
fine.
tiptoeing behind her.
It's the looking around thing that I sucked at. Probably because I heard you guys behind me.
I was about to say, how are you gonna pay attention to what's going on when you got Tweedledee and Tweedledum here?
We got this.
As we start going around, Crow lets off his snap to call in Iris.
All right.
So, loud snap, like two rocks banging against each other. Then a few seconds later, Iris comes and lands on his arm. I need you to fly around the building. If there's anyone besides us, trail them. And sends her off.
All right.
Keeps going to that same spot.
All right. Go ahead and give me a notice roll for Iris then.
Oh, that was almost a pass.
All right. So you start moving your way around. Kay, you're stealthily following behind Crow. Tal and Geo are stealthily following behind you. And
Why you gotta stay in that tone?
what do you mean? What tone?
There's air quotes and everything.
It just comes out that way. And you guys see Crow get to this area of the fence. And was it... How did we explain it was last time? It was kind of like furrowed up at the bottom and you could crawl under. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you see him just kind of lift the fence and crawl underneath it.
Seriously? She pushes her bow under and then herself to make sure she's not going to damage the bow in the process.
Tweedledee, Tweedledum.
I mean, if they're going, we're following, or at least I assume I'm following.
Crow's just going like he wasn't sure if that comment was made towards him or not.
She could be very well commenting on the stealth prowess of those behind her.
Definitely worked that time.
All right, and who are you linking up with?
Everyone.
Okay. All right, so everybody crawls under the fence. I assume Tal follows suit. And you guys start making your way through one of the back lot areas. There was the two warehouses that you guys cleaned up, the first one and the second one. This fence is like behind the second warehouse that you guys cleared out. And you make your way towards like the central area at the backyard. And
I pushed the wrong button. And then I accidentally sent it to Ava, so it's good.
How you doing, Ava?
Mine linked with the bear and I accidentally hit the...
the funny
No,
thing
I hit
is
the right one. I thought I hit the 5 miles one. I was like, what?
funny thing is you can't even mind link with the bear because it has to be verbal commands. And Crow, I assume you're just kind of beelining it right towards the trailer that Freddy's always at.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys make your way through, and nobody notices anybody the whole time. Like, it's empty here. And as you're walking up to the trailer, through like the slats of the horizontal blinds that are on the windows of this little area, you see sitting at the desk is Freddy.
Crow just kind of opens the door and walks in.
I'm gonna attempt to stay hidden outside
Okay.
and send through the mind link. We're linked up, so if there's any information you want to tell us or call for help, we're here.
Are you like attempting to hide somewhere outside, or are you just like kind of staying low by the trailer or something?
Attempting to hide, so even if he were to come out, maybe he wouldn't see her.
Okay, I need there you go. Yeah, additional stealth roll for that. Pretty good. Pretty good. Geotal, what are you doing? You see Crow walk in the building.
Possibly jumping, but attempting not to make any noise as he, once again starts at the mind link. He's thinking he's super stealthy. Not a sound, and then he hears in his head, "We're linked up."
Tal is
Trying to
just
keep his heavy breaths low.
standing by Kay, and he's like making little dark matter balls out to the left hand and just like making them expand and then shrink, and like he's just doing things with that.
Moaning.
Stuff.
Through
Oh.
the
With the
through the mind link.
strips. Is he attempting to hide with Kay, or is he just kind of standing there?
He's kind of standing there thinking he's stealth.
Okay.
Okay,
So
never.
as you walk in the trailer, you see Freddy writing, and he just stops and he puts the pen down. He doesn't even turn his head to look at you, and he's like, "It's a little late, isn't it?"
Yeah, would have come sooner if I had known what happened.
And what happened?
Apparently, after you and my friend's conversation, he was attacked. Immediately after, I should say.
He swivels his head a little bit and he looks at you. Attacked how?
Was put on some kind of hold, dug something into his arm, and now his essence is acting enhanced.
And you think I had something to do with that?
I came to talk. Because either you told someone immediately or someone is listening, and specifically here.
And what makes you think that our conversation is what led to this attack?
We have been here this whole time. Nothing out of the ordinary. Our group have been talking about this whole essence drug thing. Nothing has happened. Then as soon as it gets brought up on these grounds is when the attack happened.
Well, I can assure you I haven't left here. So, I'm not going to be much help in this one. But tell me more about the attack. What happened? Is he okay?
More or less. They put him on a essence hold of sorts. He was unable to move. Some kind of needle with an injection was placed into his arm. These cloaked figures with masks.
And you said he's okay more or less. What does that mean?
The enhancement hasn't gone away.
Well,
is there like a desk around somewhere?
Well, I mean, he's sitting at the desk, yeah.
Okay, he's gonna walk up to the desk and like grab a pen or a pencil or something and find some sheet of paper.
Give me a roll on the reactions table.
Table. That's somewhere.
Paper. As you walk up and pick up his pen, there's only one pen. It's the one that he was just using. As you walk over and pick that up, he just looks at you, and he's very monotone this whole time he's been talking. And he's like, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't just ruffle through my things.
You're like not looking up, flips a paper around and starts writing. Apologize. I am on edge right now and trying to get to the bottom of this. And he draws the symbol that was carved into the side of the warehouse. Flips it over.
What is this?
One of your warehouses had this symbol carved into it after we cleaned it out. You go into that warehouse, you get exhausted almost immediately. Something's going on here at the plant.
I'm not sure what that is. Based on what you said, it sounds like Tal was doped.
Which means...
Well, before all the recent changes here, there was an issue of people using this power plant as a front to make a drug that essentially gave humans that had no essence ability the capability to wield it as a weapon like a master. And then he goes to say something and he stops and he goes, and the way that it sounds from your explanation, they gave Tal a dose of it. It sounds like to some degree he was able to stop it from getting into his body. Because otherwise you would have a much bigger problem on your hands.
How far is that symbol away from where we're at right now? The warehouse that we worked on?
A couple 100 feet. I mean, out the door, around, out back to the left.
Have you been into the warehouse since we cleaned it out?
Yes.
You don't get that feeling?
No.
The exhaustion? You haven't seen the symbol? I can show you it.
He kind of like looks at you and he looks over at the paper he was writing on. He was like, I really have a lot of work to do.
Well, I'm gonna take a look around the warehouse. I want to see if I can find any more of these symbols. If I still get that exhaustion feeling.
He just holds his like open palm towards you, like gesturing for the pin.
Hands it over.
He's like, just so long as you know that you are not on the clock, you are not getting paid for this, and I will have to report it over to JD that you're here after hours.
Yep. I'm letting you know out of faith. And if I find anything, I will also let you know.
He nods, and then he like turns around, scoots back over to the desk, and he just looks down and starts writing again.
Crow walks out and is walking out in the mine lake. No information really out of him, but he only suspects I'm here. I told him I'm gonna take a look around the factory, the entire place. So this is our green light to scour this place top to bottom.
Cliff, did you say we could like see him well enough through the blinds?
I mean, if you're trying to look through it, you could see him in there, yeah.
Okay. So Kay will say through the mine lake. Well, I'm pretty well hidden right now. You guys can go try to figure out if you can see things, and I will alert you if he seems to be up to anything. If he's moving around or making a phone call or talking on a walkie or something about who knows what, just so you know, in case something's coming.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
This feels really good. Just still just sitting there doing shit.
First place Crow goes to is back into that warehouse to see if he still gets exhausted from being inside of it.
Give me a spirit roll.
See if that symbol's still there on the wall.
I think Gio's just following Crow at this point, so.
Okay. Give me a spirit roll.
What are we doing here? Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Where the hell is my spirit? Oh, there it is.
In your soul. So as soon as you guys walk in there and start walking around a little bit, well, Crow, you're gonna walk right up to where it was at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as you walk right up to it, you can start feeling like everything starts to feel heavy. You get almost like that drowsy feeling. You're trying to shake it off the best you can, but you definitely are feeling it. Give me a notice roll at a -4, please, both of you. Actually, before you do that, Gio, give me a notice roll flat. And
Why couldn't
Gio,
this? Oh. Go ahead.
did you seen the symbol when it was there last time, right?
No, but I reduced his negative so he could get a success on drawing it for us. But
Okay.
I only ever saw the recreation that Crow drew for us outside the lunchroom.
Okay. Crow, give me a notice roll with a -3, please.
That's a +3.
No, not that.
Oh, so close to a 6 too.
I'll Benny that one.
Okay.
There we go.
I think that was worth the Benny.
So as you walk in, you notice that, like, as you're walking in the direction of where that is, you don't notice the symbol at all. And then, like, as you get, like, into a certain angle in front of it, you see it sort of appear. And you notice that as you're, like, moving about, that it, like, comes and goes. It's not something that's just, like, carved in the wall. But it is still there, and you are still feeling the heavy feeling.
Crow's gonna start walking straight up to where it's at, and as he does, his arm turns into a giant blade, and he's just gonna put a big slash down the middle of it.
Okay. Yeah, so as you do that, give me a D100.
How do I do that?
Right click on the D10 and then click the percentile. Okay. Yeah, so you carve through it. And as you do, you see this flash of, like, this yellow light for a second. And then that heavy feeling that you felt immediately goes away.
Crow, like, looks over at Gio, raises an eyebrow.
Gio looks back kind of confusedly. Something happened? Do I also no longer feel the heavy feeling?
Correct.
Seems to have went away. Did we? It's dark in here.
Crow's arm goes back to normal.
I'm assuming that I didn't manage to actually see the half there, half disappearing symbol that he just.
No, he would. I assume he would have pointed it out to some degree.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. Okay, so that's one way to get rid of it, I guess. We know how to. Leaves a bit of evidence, I suppose. Guess it's a good thing I'm not the one JD's reporting as having been here the night it got destroyed. Do we search now that we're no longer being sucked of whatever it was draining from us, I suppose we should search the warehouse and see if we can find what it was dissuading us from finding.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume it was here as a deterrent to keep people from discovering something here.
Yep, Crows and goes, starts looking around this warehouse now.
Sure.
Gio's just gonna follow him and point at anything he sees that looks suspicious. It's kind of dark in here, and Crow seems to be better at seeing seeing stuff in the dark.
What specifically are you looking for?
First, before anything, he's like patting down the floor, looking for any kind of hidden floor areas.
Gio is just pointing out anything odd he sees, particularly looking for like lines of dust, like if dust has been more clean in one area than another because something's moving through it, or scuff marks, or he's just looking for any oddities on the wall or floors that might indicate something having been moved. Because I know it was cleaned pretty well after they moved everything out, so...
Yeah, so I was just going to say that, actually. So, similarly to before, like, as soon as you hit that threshold, it is immaculately clean inside this warehouse. So, give me a notice roll flat for what you're looking for as far as like trying to find anything, any lines, anything like that in the dirt.
Nope.
Crow, give me a notice roll at a minus 2. Just specifically from what you're saying, as you're like looking around on the floor, you start feeling across an area and you feel the floor change, and you can feel what almost feels like a trap door. But when you're looking at it, you don't see it. You just see the floor.
So does it feel like wooden, or?
You got an 11. It feels metallic.
Okay.
And if you were to give it like a bang on it, you would feel like the doom doom. But looking at it, it looks just like the floor. There's no break in the floor. There's no lines. There's no tile work that it could be hidden in. So like what you're feeling and hearing is not boding with what you're seeing at all.
And then Mind Link Crow, I think I found something. Geo, place your hand here.
Gio puts his hand down where he indicates.
Yeah, and you can feel it as well.
Just imagining this from Kay and Tal's perspective. I think I found something. Gio, place your hand here.
And the Tal's like, this feels nice.
Kay is just over there, the only one who didn't really go with them, hiding, keeping tabs on for you. Like, what are you guys doing?
So pause on that. You guys gather your thoughts as far as what you're doing. So Kay, you're like in your little hiding spot, and you're keeping tabs on Freddy, and you got Tal next to you, and you're kind of like positioned by the window, and you're like looking in a little bit, and as you're looking in there, Tal's sitting there still like twirling around these dark matter balls and whatnot, and You look over for a second while he's doing that, and you're sort of like pressing yourself against the trailer a little bit, and you lose grip just slightly, and when you do, you catch yourself with your elbow and there's a little thump, and you notice that as Freddy is in there, he's just still just writing. Like ever since Crow left, he's just been writing, and he stops writing for just a second. Never turns around, never nothing, and then he starts writing again.
Oh, I crit failed, huh? Nice. Kind of figured that happened because after I rolled it into the tower, you immediately went, heh. Oh, man.
So anyway, so Geo, you put your hand there and you could feel the same thing. And again, what you're feeling and the sounds that are coming from this metal, like door, like a cellar door almost, your brain is having a hard time keeping up with it because you don't see anything there at all. So what you're feeling and what you're seeing are not matching at all.
Hey, Tal, you know about all the essence stuff, right?
The essence stuff.
Well, yeah, like you know, you knew about that storm thing.
Sure.
He's an
If essence,
aberrant, yo. Of course he knows about essence.
if I don't want to assume anything like that.
You're racist.
That seems like it's insensitive. But yeah, can you like? Is there a way to like get rid of essence if it's doing something? Because I think I think there's something like essence-y going on, hiding something on this floor. Because it looks one way but feels another.
Can you hit a building with a dispel?
Oh, I could try to dispel the magic. Yeah, sure. Where are you?
The
For
warehouse
the
that we cleaned
second
up.
warehouse we cleaned.
Okay. Me.
You're in the first warehouse you cleaned.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We're in the first one we cleaned, yeah. Geo knows better than Heathcliff.
He's gonna start just casually walking over.
Now, please try to keep yourself hidden. And please be careful.
He like nods and then starts trying to be stealthy.
And does well, somehow.
He's lighting up like a glow stick, but somehow stealth.
Well, remember, his dark matter doesn't actually emit light. It like sequesters it almost.
It takes away the light.
So like the more he's casting his power, technically the darker it would be around him or around where he's casting. So it's like the absence of light. So it's gonna take Tal a minute or so to get there. What are you guys doing like while you're waiting for Tal?
Looking for like a handle or something just to pull on.
Sure. So you're just gonna feel around. You rolled an 11, sure. So you feel around, and you notice that there's like an area where like your hand fits into it. And as you try like pulling it, it feels locked or stuck.
Crow like pulls it a little bit, then more, then both hands. Then he looks at Geo like, should we wait or should I try to force this open?
I mean, if Tal's already on his way, I feel like maybe seeing if he can let us see what we're doing before we do anything might be a good idea.
Alright.
Sad crow noises.
Should we wait? He likes to pump in his chest.
Should we wait? He pulls a little harder. All right. So after a minute or so, Tal shows up. I guess in all fairness, both of you can roll a notice roll to see if you see Tal approaching or not, or does he just sneak up right on you? So you're like, should we wait for Tal? Tal's right behind you. Yeah, so Tal, yeah, you show up as they're saying this to one another. You're just standing behind him, and they're like, should we wait for Tal? And he's like,
If he's already on his way, I feel like we should wait to see if he can let us see what we're working with here.
Well, Tal's here.
Go like, let's go real quick. Good. Like, gestures. Here's the door.
Where's this? Where's the symbol?
The symbol's gone.
Crow broke it.
Yeah, Crow
Oh.
points to the wall and there's like a slash in it.
Yeah, you're just trying to get into this door?
Yeah, the floor right here, if you feel it, it feels like metal, but it doesn't look metal, so I'm thinking essence-y bullshit.
Tal uses the left glowy hand and he's going to try to dispel.
sure, go ahead and cast your spell with a +6.
Cast it. Ugh.
And go ahead and give me a vigor save with a -6.
It's such a shit roll. You got a fucking 12.
That spell cost 2 times as many spell points to cast. As Tal puts his left arm out, you see this like sort of ripple of energy across the floor. And as it does, in between the ripples, like almost like think of like a drop of water, and in between the ripples, you see this dirty concrete floor. And then all of a sudden, as it hits the edge, it kind of snaps back to. And as it does, you all feel this sort of staticky feeling on your feet for a second. And you can see this entire floor is just weathered concrete with like scars from things being dragged across it. It's dirty. There's feet print all over it. And right where you're standing at, there is this large metal like cellar door, like a bi-folding door. And it has like these real thick metal rivets that are in it, and it's got like this thick border of metal, and it's like new and pristine looking versus this entire floor that just looks hit.
So, there was an illusion of some type on the floor, making it look clean. They did not clean it as well as it looked. It's like dirty as shit in here still. I mean, it's bad.
Yep.
And the thing that does look new though is this shiny door in the middle of the floor that seems to probably lead down. So, frankly, it's a bit of a tripping. Like someone could trip over this. You can't see the door. I mean, it's pretty flat, but it's still even a tiny difference in the floor can make someone trip. This is like 5 OSHA violations alone.
I think there's much more at stake than OSHA here.
It's been forever since I've had a steak.
Especially since it doesn't exist anyways.
Yeah. Okay.
No movement on Freddy so far. Though I partially think he might suspect I'm here.
Okay. I think we're gonna open the door. I mean, Crow, can you open that? Now that we can see it.
Handle again and pulls.
Still feels locked.
I mean, I can try to bust it open, but and he like knocks on it.
Wait, no. Kay suggested something last time. Tal, can you do what Tay said? She said you could get us through locked doors.
Only
Back
if
when
he
we were
can
talking
see
about the
through
mayor's
to the
house.
other side.
Oh,
He can get us through like glass and stuff. But find teleportation's really hard, right, Tal?
You know,
I
with my new abilities, I think it might work.
I mean, he would he teleport you guys away from the sand monster? You were nowhere in sight. I mean, teleport farther than I could see.
He's like looking at his hand and it starts glowing. He's gonna put a hand on Geo's shoulder and he's gonna cast teleport.
He's
Shit.
just gonna send him.
Bye, guys.
So,
Guess
Geo.
I can either die or unlock it from the other side. One of the two. Let's see what happens.
I like
Maybe I'll get to make my caster after all.
I'm
Hopefully
sure.
there's light down there.
So there's gonna be a -2 since
I was about to say, are you going to attempt to prevent this from happening, or are you just gonna let this happen?
Against my better judgment, I'm gonna let it happen. Plus,
Tal-
I mean, it's Tal. It's just, let's be honest. It's Tal. The way he has his spell casting, I'm not gonna resist it, even if I tried.
So I'm guessing
So go ahead and roll it with a +4.
right. And
Give me a vigor roll with a -8.
all right, -8. It's fine.
This is either going to cost 12 power points for this teleport, or you could just pull from your life essence and it'll be free.
Now, technically speaking, because it was a raise, it cost him 1. So is it actually costing him 6?
It would cost...
The raise makes it cost 1 less, so he's saying instead of 2, it costs 1.
Yeah. So yes, then it would be. So we'll say it's 6. Or for free.
From the life points.
Mm-hmm.
Just take it out of the PowerPoints. It's fine.
Sure. Hey Geo, what's your experience with teleportation like?
Has Tal ever teleported us before? I'm trying.
Not
I
you.
think. Yeah, I couldn't remember if you teleported me when you came back from me, but yeah, you teleported back to me, and then we started running.
Mhm.
So, yeah, my experience with teleport is I remember Raiden saying it felt like being a microwaved hot dog.
Give me a vigor roll, please.
Crit fail.
Awesome. Okay.
Oh no.
So you are gonna suffer a wound from this.
Okay.
So Tal touches your side, and all of a sudden you just feel like this staticky feeling all over your body, and the next thing you know, you're like you feel this sort of strong whip feeling, like your body was just thrust in a direction, and everything around you is just pitch black, and you take a second and you sort of look to the left and you can see a small slit of light above you. You immediately puke and black out.
Yeah.
Kay, you feel Geo leave the group chat.
Anybody want to tell me what the hell just happened to Geo?
He's underground.
So don't be mad. There was an experiment.
I mean,
And
I heard the talks of the teleportation. You did it, didn't you?
he may be on the other side of this door. He may not exist in this world anymore. One or the other.
Crow's like knocking with his head against the door. He's like, Gio, little buddy, you in there?
Weird.
And
Tal.
if he is on the other side of the door, I wonder how much of him is there. And if they came back in the right order, I really need to know now.
I really hope he is in the right order and alive and okay. Wonder if there is.
I'm learning
Didn't you
this.
say? Weren't you talking about in Rushkov's casino there was a barrier that prevented you from casting? If there was something like that down there, do you think it would stop Geo from being in the mine link?
Yes.
I don't think that's it. Yeah, I don't think that's it. He's not answering me even when I speak.
Okay. Well, that's more comforting. That's a lot more comforting.
Though, considering the other options is he's dead. Crow keeps knocking on the door.
Okay, I'd prefer him not be dead, but
Try to bring him
I
back, it's
personally would not do well with the other scenario.
Okay. I think. Let me give it another shot. Hey, Crow, come here.
Crow like holds out his arm as he's still like laying.
And with his non-glowy arm, he is
Well,
going
I
to.
swear, if you do this,
And the Myling Crow's like, it's fine, I'm not as squishy as you humans.
Oh, the -2, so it's a 7.
Okay. John.
Yep.
Give me a D100.
Let's see how many pieces you came in.
Did somebody say boom?
boom time.
So, Crow, you reach your hand out. All of a sudden, there's a strong whip feeling, like your body is pulled in a direction, and you feel like a head rush for a second. You kind of feel dizzy for a moment, And as your eyes start adjusting to the darkness of the room, give me a notice roll. You see the outline shape of an unconscious body on the floor.
So I was laying down when I was teleported, so ain't I still like?
Oh, you were laying down?
Yeah, I was like
Oh.
laying with my head down.
High or
On
low?
top of Geo.
Low.
This is a very bad roll if it's for what I think it is.
Be in you.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't think this is for in me. I think this is for
Oh,
pile.
baby.
In what way? Oh no.
You're about to be face down in my puke pile.
Like, what is this?
Give me a survival roll. Okay, so if you're laying down, yeah, so you basically, you feel like this whip pan, and then all of a sudden, you feel yourself, like, on top of Geo. And from where your face, thank you, where your face is at, on the ground about 7 inches away from you, you just get this strong smell of just vomit.
So my head stays completely still. Do I feel like a heartbeat? Can I do like a health roll?
Yeah, give me a healing roll for Shiggles.
Good.
Wow, he's dead.
I
Oh no.
I willed that into being.
Man, you do not notice. So you don't immediately get a sense of him breathing or anything.
Guys, I think he's dead. Geo,
Oh.
little buddy. Girl like
Okay.
lifts him and is like holding him.
Okay, so important question, Crow. Is he all in the same amount of pieces that he started out?
Like holding his head, he like patting him down. He's all here.
Okay.
Um,
I should have been the one to go first.
He was too young.
Geo.
Crow is freaking traumatized, and Tal is seeming like he's contemplating the advantages of zombie Geo.
So,
Geo, you wake up and you feel just this strong embrace. Like you probably couldn't break out of this hold if you wanted to. And you have no idea what's going on. You just feel yourself being like pushed against this rigid body.
Everything's going on in my link, so like there's no noise or anything either.
I wake up and I'm just held against. I just feel rigid surroundings.
You feel like you're being held against something almost. You know, it's a coin toss. Are you being embraced or are you being smothered?
kinky.
I'm half asleep and I feel all this tight. I'm shouting in my head and no one is responding. Guys, can you hear me? I think he teleported me into a wall.
So, additionally,
That part was out loud. Like after he shouts in his mind a few times and then out loud he's like, guys, can you hear me? I think he teleported me into a wall.
Yelling across the ear, he's like, "Oh, he's back."
So before this happens,
Okay.
in the Mind Link, I remember the first time we experienced Mind Link and Felix accidentally had an intense emotional reaction. It affected everyone else. Cliff a wave of grief just been slapped through the Mind Link from Kay.
Did you roll this with a raise or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so there was definitely deep sadness that just launched through the mind link. But there's no words from Kay.
And then immediately Crow says he's
So,
back.
so Crow, as you're embracing him, this like supernatural wave of sadness rushes over you on top of what you were already feeling.
Ooh.
And then Geo shots in your ear.
More like in your chest.
I think he
Muffled by
teleported
his
me into a
text.
wall.
You teleported me!
Crow doesn't like break his grip or anything. He pretty much like he would probably squeeze him even tighter. In the mind leak, still not out loud. Like he's back. So he's back somehow.
Oh, good job.
Big exhaled.
Starting
Sigh
to
of
struggle
relief
more and
for
more. It's
Kay.
like, no, wait, my feet are free. I don't, what's happening?
Okay, give me a smarts roll. K specifically, give me a smarts roll.
Wait, no, I remember not being in a wall before I... What happened? Let me go. Ah!
Crow like grab his shoulders and hold him out at arm's length. And like kind of like pat his face. Like, you're okay. Don't worry.
No, I'm okay now.
You died for a second.
I thought you were a wall. Holy shit, man. What do they feed you?
Berries. He like stands him up.
Oh god, I don't feel so good. It's fucking dark in here. Geo is going to attempt to twist time in two different directions at once. He's gonna try to delay his wound till later, whilst also pulling on a time back when people were actually here to have a little light for himself. So I'm going to cast relief with the one modifier that makes you a freaking light bulb. Forget what it's called. Glow.
You're about to say it's just glow.
Yeah. Gonna cast relief to put off my wound for an hour, whilst also making me glow like a light bulb for an hour.
He's ascending.
I might have spoke too soon.
Like, oh, I don't feel so good. It's dark in here, and he just waves his hand and manipulates time around him so that he's not feeling the pain from the wound, and then he starts glowing. He's like, oh, okay, that's better.
And the light that you're seeing coming off of him, it doesn't look like it's coming off of Geo per se, but it looks like there's external light sources that are moving around him, but you're only seeing the effects in his immediate area. And as it lights this area up, you guys see that you're in a tunnel, and it's like carved through the ground, but you notice that the floor and the walls are like abnormally smooth.
Looking back at the door, is there a way to open it from this side?
Yeah, you could see from the underside of it that there is a large metal like rod that stuck through both doors and kind of cinched tight. That you'd be able to pull in.
So it looks like there's no way to lock and unlock from the outside, just from this side? Okay. He's gonna open it. And he's gonna be...
Give me a strength roll. Or athletics.
Athletics is preferred. Oh, I
Yeah.
gotta add
So
my ignore 1 wound.
you struggle with it for a moment, but you feel the metal give loose, and it kind of makes this loud retching sound. That Tal, you would hear echo through the warehouse that you're in. And then you hear another metal grinding sound as it slams in, and you unlock the door.
Right.
Are you opening it for Tal, or are you just unlocking it? And
I'm opening it, yeah.
Good to see you
All right.
still in one piece.
Fuck you. That sucked.
It worked.
I'm not sure I like that definition of worked. Maybe next time warn me so I can brace myself first. Also, only in emergencies. Maybe. Watch out on your way down. One of the must have been one of the guys puked in here or something. As I said, they don't clean very well.
Good to know.
Right,
Crow, give me a survival roll to see if you could tell where that puke came from. No. He's like, definitely from Geo.
I recognize that taste.
there are so many layers to the disturbingness of that sentence.
So the door's open. Geo and Crow, you're in the little tunnel. Tal, what are you doing?
He's gonna have a seat right where just at the entrance. Then he starts, making more dark matter balls and messing around with it, seeing if he can figure out what's going on.
Okay.
Crow's gonna start moving through the tunnel.
Geo's gonna follow Crow.
And as you guys are creeping through the tunnel, are you keeping an eye out for anything in particular? Are you like, what's your game plan for moving through this tunnel?
Crow's listening for sounds deeper within. And as he's walking, he's like, "Can you guys still hear me?" In the mind link.
Yeah.
All clear here.
They're not stopping any casting down here then. Not yet.
So Geo, as you see Crow turn around and silently begin walking down the tunnel, are you
Yeah,
going to
just
follow him?
shrug.
You stand with Tal?
I said I was following him.
Okay.
Shrug and follow. I figured that the purpose is to explore the tunnel, and I have turned myself into the light source, so...
Okay. I need to look at what you guys have real quick.
Quit cheating.
No, this is to help you, honestly.
I don't believe it.
Crow.
Yo.
Give me a spellcasting roll at a -4.
Would that be unskilled, or am I using my other spellcasting type?
If you use your other spellcasting type, it would be at a -6.
So either way.
Geo, give me an agility roll -4.
Oh, no, that's athletics. Agility.
Okay.
I don't actually have for some reason, relief doesn't give a little thing to throw on myself to ignore my 1 wound, so that should be a -2, but that's still a -2.
Yeah, I think. There's a way you can do it, but yeah, okay, that's fine. So yeah.
I know the code for it. I don't have. There's no ability. There's nothing I can throw on myself for it. The code for it is just ignore wounds -1.
Yeah, it's just really weird that they don't have that at the bottom of it.
Yeah.
It's not in the effects section?
Nope. Relief does not have an effects section, despite having effects.
Strange.
So as you guys are walking, for a brief second, you each see this flash of like this yellow light. And then both of you feel your bodies completely lock up. You feel like something is holding you still, and you don't know what it is.
Is my jaw locked as well?
No, you could still talk.
What the fuck? Crow, can you move? I can't move.
You're muted, Sin.
With Mind Link, Crow, like something's got us both.
What do you
Bro?
mean, got you both?
Crow?
We can't move.
Tal, I think Crow got hit harder than me. He's not. Tal, if you can still hear me, we're in trouble.
Geo, try to be quiet.
Am I able to hear this?
You're able to hear both the mind link and the verbal cues from Geo, yes.
Alright. Alright, here I come. He stands up and starts walking down.
Yeah, it's not too far down the tunnel, maybe 50 or so feet down this tunnel. You could see both of them, like their bodies just frozen in place, like they're walking, just frozen.
So if he's got eyes on him, he's just gonna stop there. So we'll see if he can notice any glyphs in the areas around or next to him. Nope.
You don't.
You sure don't. Okay, so to be clear, you don't want me to teleport you away from this?
Can't you just stop it?
Stop what? There's no one or nothing here.
We just established like 10 minutes ago that you can stop essence fuckery.
Perhaps. Let's see what happens. He's gonna target Geo first. Let's see here. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Spell targets a single effect, right? One second.
Wait, why does it have me? My action is with. Hold on. Won't let me switch to Geo as the target. Oh, it has me set up as Ava for some reason.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Are you trying to get yourself too?
Nope,
Okay.
just him. And he's gonna use his strong hand.
Oh boy.
Let's dispel.
That's a +6, so it's actually a 21.
Mhm.
Would it dispel both of us at once? Because dispel works on a power. If it's a single power holding both of us at the same time.
Geo, I need you to give me a spell casting roll, please.
Right. And this.
This is verse of 21.
17 with.
Yep.
If we ignore that one.
So, verse of 21 is a 4-point difference. So that is with a raise. Tal, I need you to give me a vigor roll at a -8, please. Actually, yeah, we'll still say 8. That costs 1 power point.
Got a raise, so it costs nothing.
Costs nothing. So this one costs 4 power points for you to cast it.
Okay.
You both all of a sudden feel your ability to move again. But immediately as this happens, the tunnel goes completely dark. And Geo, your head begins to spin again.
Oh, mother. Just the hold, not the light. As Geo once forgets to be quiet again. Usually when lights turn off, the headaches get less, not worse.
Am I still a part of Mind Link?
Yes.
It's not yours.
Just wasn't my spell that was holding me.
Right.
I don't know how it works.
Oh.
So you guys are standing in this tunnel now, completely dark again. This far into it, you're far enough away from the hatch. There's not really even a lot of ambient light creeping in, so it's like pitch black in there.
Let's see what. One
What's
second,
going on down there? Any updates?
Geo has a worse headache, and it's dark. Crow digs into his back pocket, pulls out his lighter, and hands it over to Geo.
They are moving, but I'm guessing there's more glyph traps.
That.
Are you saying that in Mind Link or out loud?
Mind Link.
All right, Gio, you didn't hear that.
That's not what I was responding to.
Let's see if
Do you have any powers that would like give you the ability to detect magic or essence or glyphs or whatever this is?
Those sorts of things exist, but wasn't really something that I studied.
All right.
There's something I could give you that might help, but you both need to hurry.
I assume you're saying that out loud, or are you saying that in mind link still?
Yeah, I'm
Mind
assuming
link.
everything's mind linked unless
Yep.
it's a. I'm currently I am assuming everything is mind linked unless it's specifically said otherwise.
Gio's just sitting there in the corner.
Gio's just looking. Gio's looking at the lighter like.
Little tiny torch of light.
Well, someone else's turn to go first.
So, well, I'm guessing you said that out loud.
Yeah.
Crow's in the lead for the record. Like, Crow's first, then you, then Tal there now.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it like this, actually. We're gonna untarget Geo. So Tal has been noticing, like, is it noticeable that his spells are costing so much more?
Oh yeah, you're definitely feeling it.
Okay. then he's-
You're attributing it to like you're casting this with such great power. Like everything you're doing is like hyper compared to what you normally do. That's why you're feeling that it's taxing you so much more. But like you're feeling like you're tapping into essence at a primal level more than you've ever done before.
Right. So he's not feeling like a compulsory towards using it in that way, right?
Right. It's like you don't feel the need to use it, but every time you use it, you're like, fuck, this feels good.
Yeah. Okay. So he like points at Crow, and then he's like, and then he points with the right hand. We're going to boom. Let's deal with that. So is that yeah, that's with a raise, so we'll put that on you. And it's you go first, and then if like I said, keep up the pace, but can he not hear? Is the mind link not working with him anymore? What's happening?
He hasn't responded.
He starts talking out loud. Crow, you go first. Geo, if something goes off, he should be protected in theory, but you should know that something happened, so you know to stop.
Geo startles. May not be mind link, but we're in like a pitch black cavern and no one's been talking for like 5 minutes, and suddenly, Geo, what? Okay, good plan.
It's like your
All
second
right.
time ever hearing Tal's voice.
So hurry up, though. I'm not going to hold this forever.
Yep. So, not really like walking more down on all fours with no sight. He's more relying on like smell and hearing and staying low to the ground. He starts moving forward.
Okay.
Geo's got
Probably
Crow's
looks-
lighter, holding his hand around it.
Yeah,
To try
probably
to
looks
keep it from-
creepy as fuck. Like in the dark with barely little light.
Yeah, and just every time he walks a little too fast, he's got to cover it with his hands so the wind from the air movement from just walking doesn't blow out the lighter.
All right. Yeah. So as you guys keep walking through with this very, very dim light that you have, you come across an area where the tunnel kind of bends a little bit, and then it's just a dead end.
Crow, like, as he gets to the door, starts going up and feeling around it. Look for something on the wall.
What if we were to follow the bend, like if we were to assume that the way it bended is the final direction it's going to go, like they only need to turn once they've dug far enough away from the warehouse, they probably only need to turn once. Where would this lead if it kept going? Would it lead to first light?
Give me a survival roll. The direction that it's heading right now, if that were to continue bending the way that it does, it would be taking you near the direction of the second warehouse.
I don't think this is finished, guys. I don't think this is so much a hidden lab or something. I think they're trying to connect it to something. Like if my geometries are right, we're going toward the second warehouse, the other warehouse, with this curvature they're doing here.
Question. I know that a mind link was made with Geo, but that's a separate mind link than the mind link that links all of the other three, right? Got it. So Tal would have to share with the class.
Tal didn't set up a new mind link.
Yeah, I'm talking out loud. There's no new mind link.
I thought you had linked with Geo.
No, he did. He did an arcane perfection.
Used to it. Never mind.
He startled because normal voice in pitch black darkness. He just, there was 5 minutes of no one talking, and then suddenly Geo.
Yes, Satan.
Crow's still looking around on like the wall, the ceiling, and the floors and shit.
Geo is going to be holding the lighter up for him. And Geo is going to continue to do that while Josh goes and uses the restroom.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and roll a notice roll for Geo. You can go use the bathroom.
Feel free.
Crow, give me a notice roll with a -4, please.
Geo doesn't have that -1 on his wounds.
Yeah, he does.
You got another one?
The fatigue thing that he put on himself to ignore it was dispelled.
Oh yeah, huh? Okay, -4, and a notice.
Yep.
We'll try it again. I don't Benny often as much as I should.
And look what happens when you do.
Clearly. The second time tonight when you've decided to Benny, it just ridiculously gets big. Looking at say when you use those friends with Bennies. Ooh.
Ooh. So as Geo is speaking out loud about he doesn't think the tunnel's finished and that, he thinks that they're making it. As you're sort of feeling around, you can feel sort of an unevenness in the walls in two different areas. One of them is at the end of this tunnel, like as it's sort of like wrapping around to the left and just ends abruptly. And one of them is to the right of that slightly. And it's off compared to the smoothness of how this tunnel has been just bored through. And through this sort of like crack in the smooth facade, you can feel just a slight breeze coming from two different areas inside there. Yeah.
Is there any area where he can like get his fingers into like a groove or something?
Sure.
And he's gonna try to push, pull, slide, do something with it.
Sure. Give me a strength at a -8 or an athletics at a -6. You could kind of get your fingers in between and move about, but you can't make, like, this is an actual like stone wall. And like from the way you moving it around, you almost feel like they covered up this area with more stone somehow. Almost like they
Out.
manipulated the element of the stone.
Out loud. I think this wall was placed here.
All right. So break through it.
Are we done being quiet?
I don't know. In Mind Lake. AK, are we done being quiet?
I'm gonna say that's probably something that should remain done.
And the whole time you've been there, Kay, Freddy has not stopped writing.
I mean, Freddy hasn't moved. He's just writing. Writing. Is this guy writing a book? What the hell?
About what time is it, Cliff?
Late?
Starting to wonder if Freddy's even real.
I placed the pin back in his hand. I made contact with him.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, sure. There's a physical thing there, but I don't think it is as it appears. Just a thought.
I'm busting down the wall. Crow turns his arms into giant fists and see what he can do.
Sure. Give me an attack roll. You have to beat a 2.
I think I can do that.
Unless you crit fail.
Yeah. That was horrible.
Give me an attack roll.
Damage or attack?
I'm sorry, damage. You were that one. You like hit the wall and you chisel out this large chunk of stone from where like that imperfect split is between the two, and you knock out a hole that's roughly the size of like just larger than your head. Like this entire like chunk of rock, you knock inwards into it. Did you attack the area to the left that like looks like it's wrapping back around towards like the warehouse, or the one to your right?
Area to the left. Probably like further into the tunnel.
Okay, yep. So as you do, you can see the tunnel continues to wrap around and like continue in that direction, and then it just kind of fades off into the darkness. You can't really see where it leads to.
And he's going to probably hit it again to make a hole big enough to squeeze through.
Sure. All right.
Gonna assume that's a raise.
Yep.
I'm just realizing my mic is still pointed at the sky, so you guys probably can't hear me. As much as I hate to bring up stuff against players, I think that first one was supposed to be 20, and that second one was supposed to be 17, technically. Because object damage, you don't get raises or aces.
Oh, I got what you're saying.
Because damaging objects, you can't get a raise, and dice don't explode unless you have special abilities that allow them to do so.
Yeah, the numbers themselves are irrelevant at this point.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
That's good. Good, then I don't have to bring it
up. Yeah, so you hit it the second time and knock a larger chunk out. That the opening now is about the size that you could probably squeeze through it, maybe. Someone smaller than you could definitely squeeze through it. It might be a little tight.
Yeah, if I'm willing to struggle through it if the rest can fit through it.
And I guess with this, seems like you said all this in Mindling. Gio's probably still talking, like, oh, I don't think this tunnel is complete. It looks like, and you just like,
So my mic was pointed at the sky, so you guys probably didn't hear me, but while they were having their Mindling conversation, I said I tried to knock on the stone. And then when Crow said he was gonna break it down, I said I scramble out of the way. So I've been narrating what Gio's doing in lack of conversation. I just didn't realize I had my mic all the way up there from when I was using the restroom.
Yeah,
like in the darkness, Gio would just hear like almost like the sound of paper shredding and cracking as Crow makes his fist. And when you turn, he's like mid-swing.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you knock out an area that's large enough for like an adult to crawl through.
Then his hands goes back to normal, kind of scarring and dripping from his fist. He like shakes it. Let's keep going. And he crawls through.
How tall is Gio?
I feel like this has been asked before. He's fairly tall. I would say 6'1", somewhere in there.
He's lanky
He's like
though,
tall.
right?
He's lanky as shit. He's tall but skinny.
Okay. Crow, give me an agility roll. Or no, I'm sorry. Give me an athletics roll, but don't crit fail.
That was a close. You followed the instructions on the letter there.
It's like a super tight squeeze for you, but you managed to push your body through it. So Gio and Tal, you see Crow just sort of say, "Let's keep pushing forward," and he wiggles his way through this hole, and depending on how fast you keep up or how patient he is, you may see him just disappear into the darkness through the hole.
Gio just follows.
Okay. You don't have to do any sort of roll. You could get through it pretty easily. Tal, Crow, and Gio crawl through the hole in the wall. Are you following?
He's going to say through. No, he's gonna say verbally. Like, getting too split up from K. I'm going to head back. You guys got this, right? He's already walking before you respond.
Do you like go to where they're at all, or do you never even make it down that far?
Doesn't go that far, no.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, you two squeeze in the hole, and then you hear Tal's voice like trailing away as he's saying this.
All right, just keeps going.
All right, everybody, roll for initiative. No,
Is that a ding?
So So you two squeeze through the hole, continue through. I need to check something. Crow, give me a spell casting roll with a -2 or a gifted roll with a -4. Hey, Geo. Give me an agility roll. With a... let me see. Agility with a -4. Still a 4, okay. Oh. So you guys are walking. Geo, you have the lighter. And you see Crow walking. And again, you see that flash of like that pale yellow light for just a second. And you manage to stop yourself or jump backwards just in time as you see Crow freeze in place again. Crow, you feel that force lock your body up one more time.
Crow has arcane protection if that does anything.
It did. That's why you got 4 points less of a negative penalty than you did before. So yeah, you see Geo, you see the flash of light, Geo locks up, and he's just standing still again, mid-step.
I mean Crow.
Yes, sorry. Geo, you see Crow.
Shit. Yeah, I can't free you from. We need Tal to free you from this. It's, unless there's like a you. So the tired thing, you broke the sigil and it undid. Geo's gonna start examining the walls.
Sure. Give me a notice roll with a -6.
And
Actually,
Frankly,
if you want to do this, Crow, give me a notice roll with a -6. Normally, I wouldn't do a penalty on an assist, but like you can't move your head. Okay, so yeah, Geo -6 on the notice roll.
yeah, that's fine. He didn't expect to find it. He couldn't find the first one until Crow pointed it out. So when he doesn't find a sigil, he's still assuming there's one there. Because he's not seen a single one of these sigils yet until someone else points them out. So he's gonna take out just what does he have on him? What he has like 5 weapons on him. 1 second.
Are you carrying all your weapons on you?
A decent amount of them, not all of them, but he has like his staff and his daggers. He doesn't have his. I put his sai and his nunchaku in his bag because they were weighing too much. But he has his daggers. He has his throwing knives is what they are. He has the throwing knives and the staff, so he has melee and ranged. So he's gonna pull out one of his knives and just start scoring the walls, just in random places. Just let him go.
In my link, Crow says, "I'm frozen again." Geo is cutting the wall.
Tal, at the rate that they were moving and the rate that you were moving, you just made it out of the tunnel. You like just climbed out right when you hear this message. You're muted.
Geo's doing what now?
He's cutting the wall. I can't move my head, but yeah, here he comes. He's cutting the wall.
Just hitting it, and I'm like, I'm sorry if it doesn't sound. He turns around, and he's like, I'm sorry if it doesn't sound pretty, but I'm no Alan Minkin.
I'm just laughing at the thought of Geo just running back and forth with his knife against the wall, like 15 feet up and down, back and forth, going up and down the wall, like.
Crow's just hearing. Then he sees him.
The first thing he does is do the run up and down with a single knife. Then he pulls out his second knife and he starts to kind of almost make music by just hitting the wall with like
Going to a beat after.
Heathcliff, give me a percentile die. I give this about a 12% success rate. So if you could get 88 or higher.
Nope.
Okay.
Does he ever stop, or does he just keep going?
He changes tunes every once in a while. You know, this is almost meditative.
Kyle's on his way back.
Tal, you make your way back down through the tunnel to the end. You see the hole that that Crow busted in the wall. Give me a spellcasting roll flat as a self assist on a notice roll.
Okay, so spell casting flat.
Okay, and then a notice with a +2.
So is he back in hearing range of us at this point?
Yeah, I'm sure he could hear it echoing through the tunnel of you.
I think unless Crow actively stops him, Geo at one point is like, "Don't worry, I'm not giving up on you. In fact, let me regale you with one of a famous song among the humans. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna." Starts just
physically cannot stop you.
So Tal comes into a fucking ritual.
Well, so
like, oh God, help! He's singing.
Tal, as you get to the tunnel, you put your hand on the hole about to crawl through to get to where they are, and all of a sudden, from this right side, you get this really sweet smell that fills your nose. This flowery smell that you haven't smelled since you were back home.
And this just happens oh no.
Like you seen the areas that Crow like kind of identified as like areas where like he thought there was something on the other side of it. There was one to the right and one to the left. He broke the one to the left. The one to the right, you could see there's that small little slit on the wall that Crow pointed out. Mm-hmm. And like that breeze, there's just a slight breeze that's blowing through it, and from there's that sweet smell that you get in your nostrils.
That wasn't supposed to explode. I wanted to know what the fucking number was gonna be.
Well, it's obviously it was a 4.
Yeah. Shit. Okay, how far are they from this crack in the wall?
You can't see them. You can only hear Geo's rhythmic scratching.
And singing.
And singing, and you hear Crow's plea through the mind link. There's no crying in mind link.
It's audibly making an attempt to sound of crying.
Where?
Okay, well, can't see them.
Mm-mm.
Can see the crack in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that they're nearby?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, give me a smarts roll. You can apply any penalty that you think may be effective in this scenario if you need to know, but... So you know approximately how far it is to the other warehouse. So you figure you're at about a halfway point, and if they fell in the same type of trap that you just freed them from not too long ago, you know they're about halfway down that tunnel. So you can gauge about how far away they are.
Okay. All right. Yep. Let's see. Mhm. Okay. So this is going to be a blast
Okay.
targeting the crack.
Okay.
Due to the smarts roll, we will say that he is aware enough to apply protections.
How fucking big of a blast you think you're gonna do?
Pretty fucking big.
Okay.
So we're gonna do selective.
I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball.
Pretty much. That's our towel.
So selective for himself, Geo, Crow. We are maximizing the area of effect, and we're doing the additional damage.
Which hand are you casting with?
With the strong hand,
Okay.
because
Watch him friggin' vaporize all the flowers and get us all high.
he is nobody can see him right now, so yeah, all you hear both vocally and through mind link, for those who are still linked, is Tal going, no, not you, not again, no, you just keep hearing him saying no louder and louder and louder, and then he's gonna
Go ahead and roll that with a +6.
all right.
And then I need a vigor roll with a -10.
Yeah.
Poor Crow.
This is gonna be
Fuck you,
surreal
Crow.
for Crow. Geo can't hear the mind link, so Geo's probably moved on to a new song by now. So Crow's stuck between Tal in his head going, no, fuck, no, and Geo going, let's get down to business to defeat the Huns.
Geo hears no, and you're like, Mamma Mia, Mamma Mia, Mamma Mia.
Out loud, Crow's like, fucking cut faster, cut faster.
That's what she said.
So yeah, Tal, I need a vigor at a -10.
Okay, so yeah, let me do that first.
Whatever the cost of that spell was, the cast it just now is 5 times the cost.
Yeah, that that puts him into the negative. So
Okay. How many into the negatives?
that's gonna be way in the fucking negatives. Let's see here. All right, so upon casting this, he had 9.
Okay.
Let's do some quick maths. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So that was a 40-point cast.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and take 2 wounds.
Okay.
It didn't cost any spell points.
Okay.
You fully cast this with your life essence. And 21. You carve out an area around you as this tunnel, all the areas that were like the little makeshift walls are just gone. In the area that you're standing in, there's like a hemisphere around you that's sort of carved out, and it looks smooth, like the tunnel looks. The opening to your left, you completely open that up, and like you can see the tunnel still stretch out, and you can make out vague shadow shapes of Geo dancing about. And to your right, you see it open up. Give me a notice roll, please.
Do I still? Nope. Okay.
Okay. You could see that to your right, the tunnel opens up a little bit further, and you see it actually like widens. And the smell, that sweet flowery smell, is even stronger than it was before.
He's bolting the fuck out of there, like about face, leaving.
Kay would be making her way towards this after the reaction Tal had in her in the mind link of the no, not you, not again. Like, she is full speed.
Okay. Which direction are you bolting it, Tal? Towards Geo and Crow, or back where you came?
Back where he came.
Okay. Geo, give me a notice roll. Minus. There's probably no minuses on this one. Just give me a notice roll. You hear. Oh, wait, no, you did that all in the mind link, huh? The no.
That was both.
Oh, both? Okay. So you would hear Tal saying this, and then all of a sudden, like, you fix your gaze down the end of the tunnel, like where you guys came from, and where his voice is coming from, and as you're like looking down the tunnel, all of a sudden it just gets darker, like you lose complete vision for a second, and as your eyes refocus, you could see like the end of the tunnel where you guys came from is sort of opened up into this wider area, and you just hear the sounds of feet hitting rock away from you.
To clarify, I thought the no's that Tao was saying before he cast the spell were in Mind Link, but the no's after were out of Mind Link, right? Or was the no's before also out? Because I thought you said the no's were in Mind Link before you cast the spell, but then the no's you described after you smelled the new flowery smell after the spell were.
The intention was that he just he's doing both, so the whole thing should have been
Okay, got it. All right, just making sure. Okay, so yeah, Geo's looking down like, what the?
And then it gets even darker, and then all of a sudden your eyes kind of refix to the darkness, and you could see the end of the tunnel is like where it was just a solid wall except for that hole in it. That is like completely widened up, and you hear the sounds of feet hitting cement, and they're just moving away from you at a rapid pace.
Geo is going to try. He doesn't know what goes this. The only way out is toward the shit. Geo is going to try to grab Crow and drag him.
Sure. Give me an athletics roll or a strength roll. Okay, so you're moving at sort of a snail's pace. As you pick up Crow and you try like dragging him, you just realize the density of this man's body is just unnatural.
I realized that when I mistaked him for a stone wall earlier.
Yeah, you're getting a second dose of that right now, and yeah, you start to like drag him down the hall.
All right, taking him slowly.
And Crow, like, what's going through your mind right now? You heard in the mind link the no, 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 and then all of a sudden you feel Geo grab you and start dragging you backward. You feel someone drag you backwards. Unless Geo.
Oh wait.
Well, let's be
So
real. Geo is gonna
Gio
let you
wouldn't
know.
do it. He's saying stuff while he's like, "Oh, I'm getting you out of here. Come on, let's." It's like fuck this. I'm getting you out of here. Come on, let's go.
Get me moving, and I can do something about whatever the fuck's going on.
I am getting you moving. What do you think I'm doing?
I can't roll my eyes right now. Is there someone here? What's going on?
I think Tao blew up the hallway, or like more of an implosion than an explosion, because like that was creepy. But he like erased the hallway.
And Mind Link, what the hell is going on?
I don't know. I'm on my way.
Okay. Tao, you good? There's someone there?
No response.
So Tal, you get to the end of the tunnel. What are you doing?
Keep going.
Like, where are you going to, though?
His intention is to run back to camp.
Okay. Would he be going back through the fence like the way you came in, or is he instinctively trying to go through like the building like he normally would leave when if he was working?
I think right now, in his current state, he's just going to retrace the steps that led him here.
Okay. Then Kay, as you start like running back, given the distance from the tunnel and the distance from where you are, by the time you get within eyesight of the warehouse, like you could see Tal like running opposite direction of where you guys are at, like back towards the fence that you guys came in.
Bro, you two need backup?
I don't know. I don't know.
She hesitates for a moment as she looks at the warehouse. And she looks to Tal running. And she's going to run to Tal.
Yeah, I mean, and to put it in perspective, I mean, she's probably never seen Tal running in fear before. So,
yep.
Okay.
That was an evens or odds scenario.
Both of you give me run die real quick.
Man, you can make yourself bigger. Can you make yourself smaller or something?
I can handle myself. Get out of here.
I am. I'm getting out of here.
Trot me. You're barely moving.
Barely moving because I can barely see.
Yeah, so you catch up to Tal fairly quickly. Tal's running. He's like
fast woman.
Tal's got his robe hiked up, and he's. Yeah. So like you catch up with him. Like by the time you catch up with him, you're like pretty much in front of like warehouse number 2, which again the fence is like on the other side of that warehouse. So yeah.
Out loud, she's just going to be like, Tal, what is going on? And she reaches and she tries to like get his attention, put her hand on him.
Are you stopping him from moving? Because otherwise he's going to keep going.
No, she's keeping up with him because she doesn't know if something is back there that they should be running from, but she's just trying to get him to realize that she's there, maybe snap out of whatever is freaking him out, and talk to her.
He's just saying no repeatedly. He's not yelling it, he's just saying it like just enough that she can hear. He just keeps saying no, no, not again.
And Geo, as you're dragging Crow, you get to like the area where the tunnel was, and you can see that this entirely different area that you guys have not been in yet is now opened as well. And you can see that it goes in for a little bit, but then it opens up much wider. But it's pitch black, so you can't make out any details inside of that area.
Actually, like right after what Geo says to Crow about, I'm going slow because I can't see, he's casting speed with hurry and glow, so that
you go to cast it, and you for some reason cannot tap into the essence.
Oh, that's not good. He says that out loud. That's not good at all, and he keeps pulling you.
But you do see that area is open and it's pitch black, blah blah blah.
What's
Hey,
going on?
Can you still talk to Kay in your head?
Kay, you there?
Yeah.
Out loud. Yeah, I still got her.
Okay, just checking because I can't touch my essence.
What? I just want to know what the hell's happening down there. Tal is running.
I don't know. I can't move. Geo can't use his essence.
Geo continues to slowly pull Crow despite Crow's objections.
God damn it, leave me.
Crow.
There is a brief moment of hesitation before she just kind of shakes her head and goes, Tal, I'm going back for him. She starts running back to help the guys.
Crow, give me a notice roll with a -4.
I am dragging him backwards, so
Yep.
he gets to look at that dark room the entire time I'm pulling him.
Yeah, as your eyes have had plenty of time to adjust to the dark now, as they're in a relatively fixed positioning. As you get dragged around, you're seeing like the smooth walls of the tunnel, and then all of a sudden you get to the area where you broke the thing open, and you start seeing like the entire area has sort of widened out in this hemisphere. And then to the right of the area that you guys just came from, the other area where you've seen the crack is completely widened up. And you can see that the tunnel continues in there a little bit, and then it opens up. And you could see vaguely through the darkness the shapes of... there's like tables that are in there, and there's things on top of the tables, but you can't make out clearly what it is. But you could see that there is like a room here that has things in it.
Geo, stop.
I told you I'm not leaving you.
No. Fucking go get my lighter, burn whatever's in that room. Then you can drag me to wherever the fuck you want.
Okay, yeah.
I'll be here.
All right. Well, the lighter would be in his pocket because he would have put it in there when he pulled out his knife. So he's gonna go stumble into the room. He's like, I don't know, but yeah, okay, yeah.
Should I give you more pace rolls for Kay running back to them?
No, I'll just say you're doing the same pace. It's fine.
The big zoom.
So, is Tal continuing to hit the fence and run back towards where you guys are camping at, or?
After she says I'm going back, he in the mind link he just looks back and says, Kay, don't go down there. And then he turns and he drops the mind link and he is fucking going.
You hear doo-doo, Tal has left the group chat.
So Tal said that out loud? Or in the mind link?
I guess he would have said that out loud.
And then Kay, you feel Tal leave the mind link. All right, you start heading back. Geo, you light the lighter up and you start walking in. Give me a notice roll with a -4, please.
Crit fail.
You know
I
what he
lost
did
the
find?
lighter.
The corner of the table with his baby toe.
I lost the lighter. I can't find it.
Geo, I need
GM.
you to make a roll on the fear table at a -2.
I don't like rolls on the fear table. That is not a good table. Tables.
Fear
Fear.
table is my favorite.
Although negative on a fear table. Okay. Let's see. Hey, adrenaline surge.
Fuck yeah!
You start walking into the room and you see what appears to be like almost like a lab setup. You see tables, you see that there's like beakers and vials and whatnot on the table. And as you're walking a little bit closer, you see a brief flash of that pale yellow light. And you just get this sudden urge that swells up inside of you that you need to get the fuck out of here.
Is there anything that looks like liquid by me?
Not that you make out. It's still really dark. You're basically seeing the silhouettes of everything. And when this feeling hits you, you really don't stop to question it anymore.
Okay. Yeah. The Geo's my initial reaction is put my lighter to something and then run when it doesn't go on fire. Because that's his. He looks for an excuse sometimes. So he's gonna hold the lighter that's already lit to a random silhouette that he can't make it out, and then he's gonna turn and run and be like, it's not flammable.
And are you like running past Crow at this point, or are you trying to stop to get
No,
him still?
he is like tackling Crow on the. It's like it is a running, grab him in his arm as he's going. It's like a he's not stopping to pick him up, but he's taking him with him.
Leave me in the lighter and I'll do it.
How? You can't move.
I'll figure it out.
No.
Kay, you make it to the warehouse, and you see now in the middle of the warehouse that it looks really like grungy and dirty, which it never did before. And in like the back, like near the middle of the length of the building on the right hand side, you see there's this like bifolded cellar door that's opened up, and you can kind of hear like the muffles of Geo's voice kind of echoing through there. And as you like go and run inside there, you see Geo like, would you say at this point like you're in front of like Crow, like pushing him forward?
I would say that like he has his shoulder into Crow's chest with Crow on like one arm as he's kind of trying to basically run.
Yeah. See, that's what you see. Is Crow still holding the lighter?
Geo?
Or, yeah, sorry,
Geo's-
Geo.
Yeah, I mean he like it wouldn't be lit at this point, but yeah.
Okay. Well, never
'Cause
mind.
it's,
Then. If it's not lit, it doesn't matter.
Because with how fast he ran, it would have it wouldn't have stayed lit with him running at full speed.
Okay, give me a notice roll at a -4, just because I think this is hilarious.
I mean, he didn't purposely put it out, so if you want to still be lit, it could be. But my opinion, if he ran at full speed, it would have went
Sure,
that lighter.
it's out. It's out. That makes it funnier. You see this figure moving towards you at this pace, this slow kind of like dragging pace. You see a weird figure moving towards you in the darkness, Kay.
Her instinct is to light up the place. Her arms kind of do like a quick crisscross, and there's any rocks or rubble on the ground are just going to fly up around her in a circle, turn clear, and start emitting light around her. So that she would be able to see. With light, when I cast the light,
Geo drops Crow when the hallway suddenly turns bright in front of him. Geo almost like half turns around like he's about to run the other way when something suddenly appears in front of him, and he drops Crow.
Yeah. So Kay, you see this strange figure like shambling towards you. You twirl all the rocks around, light up the place, and for a brief second, you see Geo kind of like bent over and like almost like a tackle dummy in football, like pushing Crow. And as soon as it lights up, you see the fear in his eyes as he like drops Crow, and Crow hits the ground, and he's still like in that like walking animation, frozen.
It's less that he drops him and more like Geo tries to turn with Crow, but he's just not that strong, so it ends up with Crow on the ground and honestly Geo on the ground as well, like the other direction.
They just fall on top of one another.
Yeah, it's just he just drops Crow as he falls back as he tried to turn around with Crow and just couldn't.
Geo's on the ground now and Crow is pinning him.
things got weird.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kay's just like seeing it's them, seeing that they're also attempting to move quickly. Her eyes are going to go wide, and she's going to look behind them. You would notice that her eyes seem to be like more yellow than their usual blue color.
So you could focus light into a 10-yard beam. You could basically do a spotlight down this tunnel. So you see the tunnel sort of starts to bend around. And then you see at the other end of it, it sort of opens up into this room. But other than that, you don't see anything else in this cave.
What's going on? What are you running from?
I don't know. I just had to run. Also, Crow thinks we should destroy the room, but it's not flammable, so we couldn't destroy it. And Crow like triggered a thing on the wall, but I couldn't find the thing to undo the thing, so it wouldn't let him move. And he keeps telling me not to carry him, but I'm gonna carry him because I'm not leaving him behind.
Hands on either side of Geo's face. Breathe. It's okay. You said nothing's chasing you, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. What's in the room that we're supposed to be destroying, according to Crow, who she's gonna now try to lift to stand up?
Give me an athletics roll. You're picking up dead weight. That'll do. You pick him up and you almost have to like balance him because he's like halfway between a step. Jesus Christ, is this still going?
He's up.
You got one hand on Geo's face and the other one you're lifting Crow with.
Yeah, she's still got eyes locked with Geo because she's trying to like keep him calmed down enough. And she just like almost reaches down. You said he's in walking animation, so she just like grabs his frozen arm and like pulls him up with that, and then just like stands him up and balances him the whatever way he stays standing.
Geo, you just seen this angel just effortlessly lift this behemoth that you've been dragging about. She doesn't even show a grunt in her face, and she's just like, okay.
Eye contact, glowing yellow like
Have I
slightly
even
glowing
woken up
more
from the
yellow
teleport
eyes.
yet?
There is different there is glowing crystals floating around her right now.
Yeah, that's Geo's internal monologue. He's like, "Have I even woken up from the teleport yet?" That's.
Did that end up going through the mind link?
He's
Geo's
not
I
in
don't
mind
have
link.
mind link.
Right. Never mind. I keep forgetting that. Okay.
Yeah, my head hurts too much for me to be sleeping.
Okay.
Get out of here. Leave the
Tal
lighter.
said that. Tal said not to go down here. It's in there.
Get out of here. Take him.
And why leave you? You're the one who needs help.
Yeah, you're the one that can't move, man.
So
I'm hoping if we
do
get you
what
far
we came
enough
here
from the.
for.
Well, you can't do it while you can't move. I'm hoping if we get you far enough from whatever's freezing you, you'll just come unfrozen.
Hayes' eyes shift to looking past them again and to the room. And
When she looks back, Geo like head whips back again, like he's expecting to see something.
I'm just gonna go on and assume that curious hindrance is gonna. That major curious hindrance is gonna drag me over there. You're muted, Cliff.
If you go over there with your glowing rocks, you see that the hallway turns to the right slightly and opens up into this wider mouth. And you can see that this room has been carved intricately into the dirt. That this was done very purposefully, and it almost looks ornate in the walls. You see that there are like almost flowery designs that have been carved into the walls. And you see that on the far wall there's a table with lab equipment on it. And you see on the ground that there's some broken glass, and it looks like this area has been cleared out pretty hastily. Give me a notice roll, please.
Sorry, I was checking my cards for a second. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna throw my conviction on this notice.
Sure.
I don't really know how to do that.
Roll a d6. Add a +2 to your roll.
Okay. I'm glad I did that.
Do you want to keep the 4 or do you want to Benny it? You get to add a 2 to your Benny if you do. Or you could Benny your conviction roll and try to roll the d6 again for a higher roll than that, but...
I think the conviction is part of the roll, isn't it?
What do you mean?
I
Never
mean,
mind.
either way, it's just 2 added to it.
Yeah.
Even if the d6 was rolled at the same time.
Well, I mean, Bennying the roll, you re-roll your wild die and your main die, so it'd be better to Benny the roll than the conviction. If that's how that works.
No, I only have 1 Benny, so I'm gonna save that just in case.
Okay. Then, you see, there's all the lab equipment, everything set up, and in one of the vials that has been dropped on the ground, it's broken glass, but there's like a shell of glass that's still there. And you see this liquid that's still in there, maybe a tablespoon's worth of liquid that's in there. And as your light hits it, you see it like pulsates with all these different swirling colors. Like as you're looking at it, you're watching the colors swirl about, and it has like a pearlescent shimmer to it.
She just kind of stares at it. Her head kind of tilts aside, and she goes,
Who did we just lose?
I think John got kicked
John's
for
in timeout.
inactivity.
yeah. She's just, hello. And she goes and she picks up this fragment of glass, trying not to spill whatever drop is inside of it.
I moved him back,
And
but I don't think it
she's-
helped. Hey, it did. Look at me. All right.
And she's going to attempt to find a container that's not broken to put it inside of.
Sure. Give me an agility roll to see how graceful you are. And you get to add 2 to this too. So that's a 5. Yeah, so you pick it up, and there are some unbroken vials and beakers on the table itself that you could transfer the liquid into.
Going to attempt to transfer it into a vial, because I assume those have caps,
Sure.
unlike a beaker. Great, and then cap it off and put it, I guess, in one of the pouches of her backpack
Okay.
for now. Is there anything else in here?
No. So from what you could tell just from looking at this, that there was stuff in here that was cleared out in a hurry. And just from the quick glance of looking around through here, it looks like most of all the important things or the things of note have been cleared out by now.
Which direction does it seem like the movement went? Like where they were hurrying off to?
I mean, there's basically one exit from this cave, so it either went left or right, but I mean...
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to give me a survival roll, you could try to determine if they went left or right, sure. And add 2 to that, so 7. It looks like the majority of the traffic went out to the right, which would be like not the direction that you just came from, but continuing along. It looks like
Okay.
the majority of the traffic went that way, but you could tell that people went both different directions.
She's just gonna pondering out loud while following it. It looks like whoever was in here left in a rush and they went this way. Most of them did. And she's just at this point moving down the hall, following the path.
Sure.
Oh.
So you're going opposite of where Geo and Crow are then.
Yes.
Yep, and as you make the bend and start moving a little bit further down, you see where the tunnel ends, and you can see there's another hatch on the ceiling.
Do I have the ability to open this hatch?
If you want to try, you can, yeah.
Can I try to stealthily open the hatch?
Sure. Do a stealth roll first. And then do your either strength -2 or your athletics roll. Flat.
I mean, it's the same type of die, so definitely choose athletics because I don't have to subtract anything.
So you quietly pull down on this, and even though you're doing it as quiet as you can, the metal's still screeching when you're doing it. And if you push the door open, you can see the inside of the second warehouse. And it's really weird that, like, from when you open the door and look out, you can see clear out. But as you, like, poke your head out to see where you're at, you look like you're phasing through the floor because there's a solid floor where your head's at. Kay, give me a vigor roll. And immediately as you stick your head out, you start to feel like that heavy feeling, like you're getting exhausted just from sitting there.
He's gonna quickly have that light around her just start focusing on the walls as she's looking for the sigil.
Sure. Give me a notice roll. It could be with a -4. So you quickly glance around and you don't notice any sigils here, but you're starting to feel the effects of this. If you want to spend more time, you can spend more time doing it. It's just you're going to start getting the fatigue from it.
Yeah, I'll spend more time.
Sure. Give me another vigor roll.
Was there minus on that, or was it just a figure? I don't remember.
Just do vigor on that one. There it is. All right. So you are still looking around for it, and you can feel like yourself feeling heavy. You're getting that exhausted feeling, but you're still steadying yourself, and you're sort of like taking that beam of light and kind of spinning it all around this warehouse. And after about 30 seconds or so of doing this and trying to just cover every bit of it, you feel your eyes flutter for a bit, and you briefly black out, and you fall back, you hit the back of your head on the door, and then you fall face first onto the tunnel below. You take a wound from this, and as soon as you hit, your adrenaline kicks in, and you open your eyes back up, and then you realize what had happened.
At this point, she is going to scramble her way up to close that door, and then start taking off out of there.
Yeah, so you wrap yourself back around, and Geo and Crow are still there.
Well, when Kay took off, Geo would have had one of his little puppy dog moments of, oh, friend going towards scary place, oh, friend paralyzed, and be torn between following Kay and staying with Crow before finally shaking his head, going back to Crow. And his plan, which with his strength he probably can't actuate this plan and is probably still trying to do it when she gets back, his plan is to pull Crow back up into the warehouse so he can go after Kay and make sure she's safe.
Perfect.
So he's trying to get Crow up into the warehouse so he can go check on Kay.
Yeah, give me athletics. Let's see how this goes.
Which, given how fast Kay is, even if he does do this, he's probably still in the process of just heading back toward her when she comes. Oh, wow.
Hey.
All right.
That one's a hell of a drug.
Yeah. So you struggle like pulling Crow, who's probably still cussing you out and telling you to stop. And yeah, you manage. What do you do to get this, 6 foot tall, 250 foot brick wall out of this tunnel?
What was the entrance to the tunnel like again? Was it a ladder or a staircase? I forget.
It's like a ladder. It's basically like a sheer wall with 2 bifolding doors.
Is he paralyzed? Is he posable or not? Is he stuck in his current pose, or can I move his arms?
He's stuck in his current pose.
Okay, then I am one-arming the ladder myself, like fairground skill style. Whatever appendage is easiest to hook around like my arm and neck area, whether it's a leg or arm, I have hooked it across me like a backpack, and I'm climbing with one arm and both legs to get up, being careful of his head as I get toward the end. Then I'm putting him up there, and I'm like, okay, you stay here. I'm going to go make sure Kay's all right, and then go back down, just ignoring anything he's saying. Yes, I told the paralyzed guy to stay here.
Yeah. I move just out of spite.
He's like, fuck you. Yeah, okay, so you hop back in the tunnel and you make your way all the way back to the opening. And by the time you get to the opening, you see that she's not there. And then around that time, you would have heard like the sound of like something smacking onto the stone floor at the end of the hallway, which you can't see what's going on down there. But she'd have probably made a grunt, a moan of pain, of something like that, as she fell 5 feet onto the cement.
And
Crow.
then horribly that door closing.
Oh, at the sound of the smack, at the not seeing her there, minor heart attack. Then hearing this smack, another minor panic attack as he just starts swearing under his breath and puts his hand on the wall and just starts running full tilt, hoping this one is as smooth and straight shot as the other one.
Yeah, you get a few steps in, you just hear the while the door slam shut.
Continuing on, because that could be someone else coming for her. So,
yeah. So you would get there, and you would see her at this point, like getting back to her feet.
It started to full
Okay, you're
kilter,
good.
turning to run.
Follows. I'm like, I thought we were going to why are we here? What?
Yeah, no, Kay has grabbed Gio's hand and is dragging him behind her if he's not keeping up.
He's probably not keeping up because you're a lot faster than him, but he's running at his full speed, trying to question you as it goes, but his questions are not exactly coherent. He's been through a lot.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, if we can make it back to that other bulkhead-like exit and get back into Warehouse 1.
Okay. Crow. Geo lifts you, puts you in there. You hear him jump back down. You hear the sound of his feet hitting the rock as it trails off in the distance of him moving down that tunnel. And you're sort of positioned looking at like the back of the warehouse. And you stop hearing Geo's feet as he runs off. And all of a sudden, you just hear the sounds of footsteps walking up behind you. And you see the shadow from the light coming in from the main warehouse door. A figure just envelops you in its shadow as it's standing there. And you just hear a voice say, I really wish you all wouldn't have done this. And you feel something sharp in your shoulder, your left shoulder that's up in the air. And all of a sudden you start to feel this cold, tingling feeling traveling down your arm. And as you're feeling this, you hear the footsteps walk away as the shadow that's overcasting you fades, and you're still just looking at the wall, your eyes widened at this point. I need a vigor roll. -6. All right. So you just start feeling your arm getting cold and fuzzy, almost like it fell asleep, and you're feeling it creep further and further down your arm. And after a few minutes, which seems like forever of you being in this state, you start hearing Kay and Geo talking. You start hearing their voice coming from the tunnel below. Geo and Kay, you make it to the end of the second tunnel. You climb up, and both of you, give me a notice roll -2. I want to see what all you can see given your current state.
I was kind of thinking that he would be safer in the tunnels with us. Like Josh was thinking that, but Geo think tunnel's dangerous. Get friend out.
Kay, you get up and you see Crow just still in like the walking animation, frozen, laying on his side, in his left arm, which is up towards the sky. You see the entire arm is covered in barbs, like when he rages out, and you can see liquid blood all over him.
Bro, what's going on? Are you okay? Jesus.
They stabbed me with the same thing they got Tao with.
Okay, so instantly it's gonna look like she's gathering dirt and rocks from the ground, and she's going to attempt to slam a heal spell into this.
She's gonna rub some dirt in that motherfucker.
Me.
So going to attempt to do this with a neutralize poison / disease.
Okay.
No, this is worth a Bemmy. Better. That's enough for a pass. That's all I care about.
Scared for a second. We've had a lot of crit fails tonight.
So you pick up some of the dirt and whatnot from the floor, and you start to infuse your essence in it, and you place it on his arm. And as you're doing this, you're watching this spread, and you're seeing it moving through his arm, and as it does, you see like the blood kind of fly over, and then you start to see like the barbs stick out.
He's just laying there, and bones are cracking and piercing his skin, and
And
don't touch me!
Different ways.
And as you put that on, you see it stop spreading. But similar to how Tal's arm was, you see his entire arm is like barbed with all of these like bony blades sticking out of it, and it stays like that.
All right. He's going to look at Geo and just, we've got to get him out of here.
You're on mute, but it's great watching this.
We all just sat there. We're like, I'm not going to tell him. I'm just going to watch as he does his whole.
So, Geo goes to grab him, and he's like, oh, goes other arm, not the arm with the bar.
Mm-hmm.
His first reaction to grabbing him is the nearest limb, which happens to be covered in spikes. So there's the jerk back and be like, no, grab here. Yep, safe here. Okay.
And she's going to, of course, be carrying him as well.
All right, well, one of you do the assist and one of you do the roll for athletics. You let me know who's doing what.
I'll be main on this.
Okay,
Yeah,
give me an
but
assist.
About to say, well, I mean, I do have a wound, so I might be the poor choice here. Yeah,
I mean, either one of us is a poor choice here.
you've got bennies and I don't.
Yeah, that's fair. This is grappling or wrestling, right?
Sure.
He starts positioning himself behind Crow. And super.
All right, there. I use my acrobatic edge to re-grapple him in a better position and
Sure.
start pulling him out.
Armbar.
Got him in a half Nelson. Let's lift this motherfucker. All right, yeah. So you two managed to lift up Crow and start walking him out of the warehouse. What's your game plan? Is it like you're just gonna bring him to the fence and try to like push his ass under the fence, or like how do you plan on doing this?
How tall is the fence again?
It's like a full like security fence, so like 8 feet tall with barbed wire.
Yeah, I guess just push his. I'm gonna set him there. I'm gonna crawl under and gonna tell Kay, all right, push him closer. I'm gonna grab his leg and I'll pull him. You hold the fence up while I pull him.
Megan looks like she's doing something.
Yeah, I can't. I have a hard time reading and listening at the same time. I apologize.
You're good.
So considering they don't know if the people who dosed him are gonna still be around, what's gonna be happening, she wants to get this done as fast as possible. She looks over her shoulder. She's like completely ignoring what Geo is trying to explain to her. She's gonna look back at Crow, shake her head because she doesn't know if this is gonna work, and she's gonna cast intangibility on him.
Okay, I want to see where this is going. Go ahead.
Gonna fall through the floor.
Wait.
No clipping mode is on. He's back in the tunnels.
I just had a realization, and I'm not going to cast intangibility on him.
I just realized you have no way to push him once he's intangible.
Because he can't move, yes.
What you need to do is you need to throw him and then cast it in midair.
I mean, does intangibility have additional recipients modifier? You could make both of you intangible, or all three of us even.
I mean, yeah, but that doesn't mean we can move him still.
Well, that's the question. If we're intangible, can we touch him because we're all three intangible, or can we not touch each other? It's the question. Can intangible beings mess with each other still, or
yes,
are
they can. So it specifically says in there, while incorporeal, the character may affect other incorporeal beings, including himself, and he is still susceptible to supernatural attacks.
If you turn all three of us incorporeal, we can carry him right through the fence together.
So, considering that this is an expensive cast, no. She will turn herself and Crow and drag him by his incorporeal foot through the goddamn fence.
Oh, stingy with that one extra mana, huh?
No, because it's separate casts per. It is not
Oh, there's no extra recipients? Oh,
yeah, no, so it's an extra 5 per.
Oof. Yeah, that's understandable. But now you got to carry him on your own. I'll meet you on the outside.
Mm-hmm. So she's going to first, I guess, try to throw intangibility on herself.
So this is a multicast.
Yes. So you want me to
do it as two actions? Yep.
Well, couldn't you just do it on 2 separate rounds? Oh, she's in a hurry. Never mind.
I mean, you got to think about it realistically. Like she's not thinking, she's not thinking, I'm gonna do this. Wait, do it again, and it's gonna be like, all right, fuck it, we need to go.
Well, I mean, it's not when you multicast. It's not. If you cast on 2 separate rounds, it's not you're waiting. It's you're taking your full 6 seconds to cast in a not hurry. But yeah, she's like hurry, cast. Got it.
Okay.
So you could just choose not to do the second one if it doesn't work on you first. or if you have any cards that can help with this.
I'll play a card.
I have one.
Wait, no.
Out of the 4 I have written.
I have that one.
Yeah, she sees this happen, like, sees the spell fizzle out in her hand, and she just has a moment of, no. like, I refuse to let that happen. And, to be able to be rushing and cast 2 normal ones, I'm just gonna pay Adrenaline Surge to be able to cast without penalty.
So instead of doing it like as a multi-action, you mean?
Yeah.
You could do that, but it only gives you 2 back, which is still a 3, which means you'd still fail that roll.
Yeah, but I'm about to cast new ones.
Sure, go ahead.
I took the hit of the 5, and now I'm gonna do hopefully 10.
Sure, okay. That's fine.
Okay, we good in that one.
Mm-hmm.
So, as opposed to the first time you folks saw it cast, instead of it being her becoming wind, just the sand kicks up and she slowly gets enveloped by what looks like a sandstorm and then is gone as she is the sandstorm. And hopefully for Crow. Back! She would eventually hang around to try again. She is not leaving him.
You can do it again if you have the points for it.
I do.
Dang, you see that, Gio? She could have cast it on you too and chose not to. She's like Rose on the Titanic. There was plenty of room for you on that, and she just.
Listen, if it worked without fail, that'd be one thing. But this is an expensive cast; it needs to be cast separately.
4 times at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's expensive as fuck.
Meanwhile, she didn't even say anything. So Gio's like, yeah, push him forward. I'll pull him through. She turns into a fucking sandstorm. He's like, I guess I'll pull him myself. And he's trying to grab his leg and pull him through while she's trying to get.
Also, so another thing with this too, right? And the reason that I said it was a multi-action is because it specifically says that when you're incorporeal, you cannot affect a corporeal being. So she couldn't cast it on herself and then cast it on Crow.
No, she had to cast it on herself and Crow at the same time.
Exactly. But with that action card, we'll say, I'll do it without the penalty.
But it didn't work the second time.
Yeah,
So
she's saying she failed the second roll, so now she would have to cast it well incorporeal.
Right. So let me clarify and listen to me closely. Did you cast it on Crow the first time, and now he's incorporeal, and you get to cast it on yourself the second time?
Where it would be nice to be meta and say it was totally the other way. I've already described that she became the sandstorm.
I was helping you, but okay. Then you cast it on yourself, and as you go to cast it on him, you notice that you...
it won't work. It won't work.
Your hand like passes right through him as you attempt to touch him for this, and you get the realization that like you can't do this in this current form. And Gio is just now alone with a catatonic Crow.
I'm trying to pull him under, but like his barbs and stuff are getting stuck on.
Yeah, just trying to somehow pull one leg while pulling the fence up, and it's definitely not. It's like, At one point, he gets under the fence and starts pushing it up with his back while he tries to pull him under, and then he realizes the barbs are going to scratch him.
He doesn't know what to do at this point. And like, it's almost like she's pacing near you, but it's a sandstorm that sort of has a womanly figure as she's just like marching back and forth through the fence, just like muttering to herself like fuck as she's trying to figure out what just happened and why is this not working? What's going on? Why isn't my essence
This sandstorm, is it just dirt spinning without any kind of breeze or anything? Because
Yes.
it's just
You're trying to pull him through the fucking fence, and he's just getting pelted with sand the whole time.
I can't close my eyes.
Be careful not.
I don't think
Be
that
careful
she would
not to
be
get K
that
in your
close
eyes.
to him.
She's going fuck, fuck, fuck. He's going fuck, fuck, fuck.
And Gio's trying to lift the fence and pull him under, and he's going fuck, fuck, fuck.
Yeah, except I'm the only one who can actually talk in this situation, so I'm the only one opening my mouth, get sand in it.
Oh.
Crow can talk.
Oh, that's right. We can both get.
Sand in your mouth.
Just quieter and quieter.
That's even more disturbing when you think about the fact that it's actually
Leave.
pieces of K.
Leave.
I'm trying, but you're not fitting.
So, after like 4 or 5 seconds of her pacing back and forth trying to figure out what this is, she just dismisses it. She's like, well, that didn't work. And she's trying to, and she's gonna walk over and like lift the fence so Gio can actually get him out.
Just gonna pull.
Sure. Kay, give me an athletics roll as support. Gio, you'll give me an athletics roll. You guys can do this no matter what. Gio, give me athletics +1. But this will determine how long it's taking you to get all this done. So, all in all, from the time you get out of the warehouse to the time you guys get him out of the fence, it's been about 20 minutes. Of carrying him across the entire power plant, to the fence, the snafu with the essence, to you guys just eventually just brute forcing your way through this area. It's been about 20 minutes.
Okay, so now that they're all no longer inside of there, Kay is going to attempt to put her hand on the back of her head and, like, she's gonna have reached to gather some dirt to put on the back of her head to attempt to heal herself. But this is a short. She doesn't really realize, because adrenaline's going so much, how close she is to empty. So this is gonna be a healing roll with a -2.
Okay, just remember, a fail is a crit fail.
I know.
Okay.
Crit fail at your head.
Oh.
All right.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you managed to rub dirt in your own wound.
Man, I am so glad that has just stuck. That Kay's healing is just rub some dirt in it.
Go on, just rub some dirt in it and walk it off. You'll be fine in the morning. Yeah, okay, so,
And now,
So now is your guys' game plan to carry Crow all the way back to camp?
Unless we run into Tal on the way for him to essence fuckery him.
I think Tal's tapped too.
No.
think
He's only taken 2 wounds. He still has 1 wound worth of life essence, and even then he's not incapacitated.
so yeah, Kay's going to attempt to throw him, like, get herself down there so she can try to, like, get him over her shoulder and carry him, because she's already quite noted that she's pretty sure she is stronger than Gio.
Damn. She's like,
Hey,
step
Gio
aside,
just
little
knows
man.
Gio just knows leverage really well. That's how he gets most stuff done. He's got that high smarts and the good athletics, so he's like knows body positioning to get shit done. But yeah, over a long period of time.
All right, well, Gio,
Get the
give me a support role of how you're gonna help Kay with managing to fireman carry Crow all the way back home.
All right.
Whatever you decide is appropriate.
Honestly, it's athletics because he's just trying to help carry. He's like, picking the best position to to just take some of the weight off of her, while still not getting stabbed by spikes.
Yeah, she got the whole body on her shoulder. You like hold up his ankle. I got him, guys. All right, go ahead and give me that athletics roll.
For the leverage.
Well, he's in a walking position, so it's easy enough to grab one of his legs and take some of the weight off. Oh, I am pulling the leg too hard and putting more weight on. It fell off.
He's hanging from it as you're carrying him.
Just hear a snap.
Then a crackle, then a pop.
That was one of your bone things, right?
Crow can't even
okay.
open his mouth like all the way.
Just half open and screams.
He's like, So
Fourth crit fail tonight.
Ba, 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 ba.
I'm used to this happening, but somehow you made it hurt.
So if you crit fail a support roll, that's a -1 or a -2 to that support roll.
I was assuming it was -2. It
I
made
think
more
it's
sense.
-2. I can search it real quick, but let's assume -2 until I.
That's I'm
I'll
assuming
look it up.
too, but I'm looking it up right now. Page 106. A critical fail subtracts 2. Yep, okay. So go ahead and give me whatever you plan on using to carry Crow home with a -2, please.
Sid, stop dying.
You know, this has a similar feel to the first Area 51 stream.
Okay.
There's just all this comedy of errors and crit fails all in a row.
So, regardless, you're going to make this happen, right? It's just about how long it's going to take to get there, and it's going to take a while to get back based on what you rolled here. But I do want to give you this tidbit of information that you can use as you will. Kay is consciously aware that Geo is making this more difficult than it would be if Geo wasn't there helping you.
Oh yeah, she would definitely, once this is happening, realize, Geo, the way you are lifting his leg is making me fall.
Like, Geo's lifting and it's causing one of the blades to like slowly pierce into your shoulder or some shit.
Stop, Geo, you're making it worse.
Just okay. What
Just
do I
watch
do?
your backs, make sure nobody's following.
If
Got it.
Kay
Okay.
grabs Crow's leg and uses him as an improvised weapon to attack Geo, I will give her a Benny back.
Do it. It's what Crow
Do
would
it.
have done a while ago.
I don't think I have the ability to use an improvised weapon, but
You can, there'll just be a lot of heavy penalties. You could end up doing a lot more damage to Crow than good, or you could end up doing a lot of damage to Geo depending on the roll.
I mean, if you do a lot of damage to Crow, that may trigger something that'll do a lot of damage to Geo.
Or to you.
That's a good point.
Really?
He transforms when we injure him. If we injure him enough, maybe he'll break out of the old.
Geo, I will kill you.
Okay, so anyway, she yells at him to stop. Do I get to make another athletics roll now that
No.
I've yelled at him?
No, this is the determination. So you're going to make it. It's just going to take longer because of the fuckery. But you are going to make it back there.
They're doing
Let's
what to me?
let's rewind time a little bit here. So Tal, Kay's with you, says she's going to go back and help the guys. You say don't go in there. You drop Mind Link. You hit the fence, and then what are you doing?
Just heading straight back to camp.
Okay, and are you like just running the whole way?
Is there? I know you said it was late. Is there anybody around at all?
Not really. I mean, it's a busy enough city that I'm sure you would see someone at some point, but it's not busy in the sense of like stores are open or anything. So you may see like a random person walking down the street or something like that. Think of what you would see if you just walked down like your town's streets at midnight to 2 a.m, something like that.
Okay. So as long as no one gets too close to him and he's not going to be actively running towards anybody, then yeah, he's just going to run straight to camp and not make any other stops.
Okay. Give me a notice roll -4, please. Okay. So you make it all the way back to camp. And, you know, the camp's still in shambles. Geo's tent's still down. Ava's there. Just still probably like laying on the tent still. Made like a doggy bed out of this tent that's tore down.
He is just gonna run up to Ava and he just says, "Keep me safe." And then he just like sits down and his meditation stance like up against her, and he is just going to like close his eyes, and then he just keeps saying, control your breathing, and he is just doing his best to calm himself down.
Yeah, so as you like sit down next to her, she like pushes her back leg forward, and like almost is like covering you with just the muscle of her back leg. Like creates almost like this fleshy partition that is enveloping you. And her head's up and she's just at a constant swivel. And after about 5 or so minutes of you just sitting there and just saying like control your breathing, you feel her come to life with growls as she begins to like stand up, and you feel her move from behind you.
Going to try to trace her gaze to see what she's looking at.
Yeah, and as you turn and look, you could see that there are 3 hooded figures that are walking in your direction. Mm-hmm. And as they see you looking, I guess, are you just acting as soon as you see something, or?
The moment he sees the hooded figures, he does want to cast something at them with his normal hand.
Sure.
Because the other one is causing ouchies. He no feel good. Let's see here. Any points? Okay, so first we're gonna drop that. So, boom. And then said there's 3 figures.
There are 3, correct.
Okay. I don't have anything to target, so I'm just gonna roll it. But
yep.
He is going to try to target all 3 of them.
All right. 1 sec before you do anything.
Ooh.
1 sec before you do anything. Okay. As you move, you see all 3 of them move their hands at the same time, and you see a pale yellow light come out. And you feel your magic fizzle as soon as you try to cast. And they say, we didn't think that we would find another like you.
Let's see. You said it's been about 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. So, like, I mean, obviously the run back is like a 15, 20-minute run back that you ran all the way back and you sat down and you were only there for a little bit. So, like, you know, you
Yeah.
could make the interpretation that, like, they followed you this whole time.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think if, like, how much he was able to get himself calmed, but I don't think very much. Hold on, 3, 7. So 6 along. First off, let me reduce from the first cast. Um. Yeah, he wants to we're gonna try to multicast because he is I would say in 5 minutes he has not been able to get himself stable again. This
Okay.
is more of a PTSD moment.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to he's gonna first cast something on him. So, nah. He's not gonna be thinking strategy. He just wants them to go away. So we're gonna try and triple cast blast at them.
Okay. Which arm are you doing it with?
His he'll do it with his normal one.
Okay. Give me an agility roll before you do.
Mm.
All right. So go ahead and cast.
All right. So let's see. What is 3? Would be what minus?
-4.
So -2 because of the card I just played for the Joker bonus.
What card did you play?
I
Oh,
act
the
as
Seize
if
of the
I,
Day. Yeah, okay.
yeah. I mean, but with the wounds, it's probably not gonna matter, but we'll see. So, first one is trash. We will biddy it, cause fucking why not? Okay. Well, I guess let's figure out the damage first.
Yep. And then do a -2 with whatever you do. So that's a 9. Okay.
Okay. No, -2, and then.
And what area of effect are you doing this on?
Whichever one's in the middle, he's just going for that one.
Right. Are you doing the increased size of it though?
How far are they from him?
Well, range wise, they're within the range no matter what, but you can increase the area of effect of
Right.
it.
Right. Like, is it going to hit all 3 of them with a normal, like, medium?
In their current formation, it would, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess he'll just do the normal one.
Okay. So 9. Go ahead and do your other 2. You're doing a triple blast. That's so mean. You're like, fireball, fireball, fireball.
He's freaking out right now, so... Jesus.
Dude.
-2. It's an 8.
All right. Okay.
So 17 total.
Yep. How many did I roll?
That's 2. You got 1 more.
So it's 2.
Okay.
And then
-2 is a 10. Okay, so so as you raise your hand for the second time, this explosion of dark energy hits, and you notice right when the energy hits, the one to the far left and the one in the middle are gone. The third one does not get out of the range of it though, and it gets hit. And by the time all 3 blasts are subsided, you can see like the smoldering robe of the figure that was caught in the blast that didn't make it out. And you hear the voices, and you now see 2 of them, one to your far right and one to your far left. And without even breaking stride from what they were saying before, they've been saying, "You're one of the special ones."
He's gonna run behind Ava and says, "Attack."
Which one are you telling her to attack?
Whichever one she's looking at right now.
Sure. Okay. So she's gonna start running towards one of them. Okay. So she gets up and she starts running, and while she's running, you still hear him talking.
And he wants to do something if he sees either one of them about to cast.
Sure.
So he's kind of waiting at the ready.
Sure. So as she's running towards, you still hear them talking, and they say, "Why do you fight your own and serve the humans?"
And he's just, "I serve no one. Leave this place."
Give me a spirit roll. Actually, so as Asha's running towards, they say this, and as she gets within range, you see both of them begin to cast.
Okay.
You said Asha again.
Asha, damn it, Ava. As soon as Ava gets near, gets close, you see both of them begin to cast. Are you trying to do like a dispel to interrupt them?
No.
Okay. What are you trying to do?
He is actually going to... that should... I forgot to put the +2, so that's an 11. He's going to teleport her directly behind the one she was running at.
Okay.
You know, even better. He's going to teleport her above him.
Okay.
I like
Here,
it.
have a bear.
Um, give me a agility roll, please.
Okay. For shits, let's see what would happen if I roll it again. Did I pay the? Hold on. Well, there we go. We'll go with the 10.
Sure. So as you go to cast teleport on her, you realize you can't. And you watch as all of a sudden she sort of like disappears, and you can vaguely see her incorporeal self run right through the guy she was charging at. Like she tried to hit it and just went right through. And you hear them talking. Give me a notice roll. Okay, so you hear them talking, and you see the bear go through, and then they both start walking closer to you.
Mm-hmm.
And Ava's still there, like, trying to swipe at this guy and just can't do anything. And they're just walking towards. They say, "If you serve no one, then why are you doing everything the humans say?"
You attack me and poison me, and then you come to my camp, and you just want me to just talk to you and give you answers.
We've seen you use that. Does it feel like you were poisoned? Or does it feel like we gave you a sample of true power?
I know what addiction feels like. And on himself, so where is that? Boom. And he says, now I said, leave.
And one looks to the other and nods. And they stop dead in their tracks. And they turn around and they just start casually just walking away.
And like he's tells about the cast, and then he closes his hand. One of you stay and talk. I will not talk with both of you. If you want answers, I'll give them to you, but I want answers in return.
They both stop, they both turn and look at you at the same time, and they say, "We are one. But if it makes you feel better..." And one of them just disappears.
Take off the mask. And Tao like pulls his hood back so he can just see him plainly as well.
You see him pull the hood back, and then he reaches back and he pulls off the mask. And you can see, like, as the mask is coming off, like, the veins of, like, the aberrant power that are glowing in this pale yellow. And as the mask fully comes off, you see a completely featureless face. And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
Dosed by Slenderman.
Blast.
Damn it, you got me. So yeah. So I think that's a good place to leave it for the night.
Yeah, Aberrant don't call it fight or flight; they call it bolt or bolt.
Yeah,
Bolt or blast.
Right.
Bolt or bolt. You're either gonna bolt them or you're gonna run, which is bolting. It was funny. It was a pun. I like it. Yeah. So next week I should have the new layout done. So what I want to do with it, right, is I'm going to make the panels a little bit bigger so the players are bigger. And there is a software, I don't know what the fuck it's called, I'm still trying to find it, which is the reason this isn't done yet. But it's basically like an AI that reads your screen as you're gaming. And what it can do is you can tell it to look in a certain area. And when things happen in that area, you can build commands off of it. So like people use it when they play like Fortnite or Call of Duty. Like when they get a kill, they have it look that area where the kill always pops up. And anytime something pops up there, they can update their UI automatically with the kill tally, so they could show like how many kills they have like for the night. I want to do something similar to that, but have it look at Fantasy Grounds for your player turns. And when it says it's like Tal's turn, what I want it to do is I want it to activate a UI element that basically focuses on Tal in a way. So essentially I took the entire size of the screen and I cut it into 6 equal squares and then shrunk that down 80%. So basically 80% of the frame will be filled with you all. And then what I want it to do is when it's your turn, that yours increases 5%. So it just makes you slightly bigger. But what I want it to do is I want the frames to animate and show off your powers. So like Tal's will be like, the dark energy coursing around it. K's will have like kind of like a dust debris elements moving around it. And then for Geo's, I've had a hard time trying to figure out what I want to do with it. But I think I'm going to have it almost do like motion trails, like how like you see in like the movies where they would do slow motion and you would see the trail. Something like that, and then maybe with like a rippling effect to it. And then crows are going to have like
clocks.
Just a bunch of clocks pop up. That'll be way easier that way.
I like the clocks.
For crows, I'm going to have it where like the barbs grow and you see them like protruding out. So I want it so it automatically does that when it's your turn. And then also when anybody plays an interaction on one of you, it's not going to make you grow the 5% bigger, but it'll still trigger that frame animation to signify that it's being played. So I'm going to do that, and then I also am going to bring back the stream avatars, so the little dudes that walk across the bottom that you can customize and all that. They finally updated it to work. They did it a while ago, but that broke when we were still doing, the original Quest and Cliffhangers campaign with Screech and Absol and all that. It broke during that era. They have it fixed now, so I can do it, and you can integrate it with the channel points. So people who've been here for a while and have a lot of channel points saved up, even the players, you'll be able to use those points to buy shit for your avatars and customize them and all that.
Huh?
So that'll be nice. And then that actually gives you guys something that you can use your points on too if you want. But yeah, so a few things that I want to do with it. That I think will be nice little changes. And then the background, I'm going to do something colorful for the background instead of it just being the gray. So it'll probably be like either like a blurred image background that's just like a vibrant like color, and maybe it changes colors throughout it, but something to be a little bit more lively so it's not just gray. I like the gray look. It's good like for like aesthetics, but it's not really eye-catching. So stuff will be happening. So expect that probably next week, assuming I can figure out what the fuck the software is called and get it working correctly to how I want it. If not, by episode 10 for sure. And maybe I'll do it for 10 just so it's like a milestone change. I don't know. Anyways, that's all I got for this. Oh yeah, and then players. I mentioned this briefly in the beginning when I was talking to John, but no one else was on yet. I'm going to introduce skill specialization, but it's a homebrew variant of skill specialization. And instead of it being like the core rules of Savage World, say like you could take a skill and split it into multiple skills if that's necessary. But I don't want it to be like where we're just splitting up skills because you have to. I want it to be like an advancement. So, well, fuck you too, Sin.
Nice one.
Nah, too late. Don't come crawling back now. We've already moved on. So I want it to be like an advancement. So like once you hit D12 in a skill, you could choose to specialize that skill. So like for athletics, for instance, you could choose to specialize in grappling. And what you would do is anytime you want to grapple, you would roll your grapple skill, which would be a new skill that you would get, as a self-assist for your athletic skill. And you can also do it with spells, but each spell would be its own skill you'd have to specialize in. But the idea that I have for it right now is that each die of the spell specialization would knock off one power point that you would need to spend for modifiers. So like if you have a D4 in Blast, you'd be able to add a single point modifier for free. And you'd also be able to use it to self-cast the spellcasting roll, self-assist the spellcasting roll. So it's going to be a way to further advance your character, not a way to make it where you have to have more skills. The caveat to it, though, is because it is extremely powerful, and essentially you're being able to self-assist yourself on something you're already amazing at. The advancement for it costs 1 level per advancement. So, like, to get it is 1 level. To get it from D4 to D6 is 1 level. You don't get to do anything else that level. It's like basically taking an edge. But I want to test that out and see how it goes. In my head, it sounds cool, and I think it'll work well. And because of the fact that you have to be a D12 in it already, it's something that's kind of already tailored towards higher level play.
Oh no.
Hey,
We're
live and
gonna
let's
do the
die.
thing.
Hey, you're doing to us what we always do to you. Welcome, everybody. How was the game? You caught us like as I'm doing my ending spiel, and had you not came here in the next 2 minutes, I probably would have likely rated out to you guys. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god. It's right on Megan's face. Hey, for anybody who is new here, quick introduction to the channel. Quests and Cliffhangers, we do a weekly Savage Worlds game, which if you're not familiar with Savage Worlds, it's a tabletop engine similar to Dungeons & Dragons, but it operates differently. It's a lot more focused on RP versus a litany of skills, and combat in Savage Worlds can get deadly real quick. Because you only have essentially 3 wounds, and if you take all 3 wounds, you get incapacitated and you can start to die. And the thing that's kind of intrigued me about Savage Worlds from the beginning is that because of how it has an exploding die system, a level 1 character could one-hit kill a level 20 character. It's not as likely to happen due to all the edges and things they can do to protect it. But it's possible that a level 1 character could KO a level 20 character in 1 roll if they got super lucky. So, ran a side quest for players that had some cameo NPCs. That's great. I love doing that. I love being able to, with all the different campaigns we've run, I enjoy being able to bring back characters from previous campaigns and introduce them in there. Even if it's nothing more than just like fanfare to the players themselves. I love doing that. But
Graham kicking Gio in the nuts.
Exactly. But one thing I will say with this channel, for anyone new here, is we're a fully interactive channel. So you can use your channel points to buy Stream Loots cards. And Stream Loots cards are something you can spend real money on if you want to, or you can earn them just from channel points and whatnot. But they have... how many do I have right now? Like 40 something? 35. I have 35 cards that each do a different interaction. And you can use them to completely change the game, from doing like global modifiers for all the PCs and NPC roles, to doing something that we have called the Table of Fate, which the Table of Fate essentially rolls a D12, and depending on what that D12 lands on, it could be an either positive or a negative effect towards the players. So you could give them a bonus to a skill, you could give them a hindrance to the skill, you could give them the ability to re-roll rolls or do extra damage. So there's a lot that can be done with it, but it's fully interactive. So if
you really want to spend real money, there's also the $5 subscription that lets you throw twerking animations up on screen.
and there's that too, yeah. So Streamloots has a thing,
Not again.
and
My poor face.
for Live and Let's Die, for you guys, if you haven't heard of Streamloots and you want to do anything as far as monetization of your stream, Streamloots does 80% revenue share with their creators. So if you actually buy packs from it, the creator keeps 80%. I'm a Streamloots partner, so I keep 90% of revenue share. So if someone is willing to spend $5 for a Twitch subscription on you, which you would get $2.50 of, if they would instead spend that $5 on a Streamloot subscription, you would keep $4 of the $5. So it's just something to think about if you're looking for an avenue of monetization for the stream. So, but if nothing else, we're just a bunch of nerds that hang out and tell stories. So if you want to come back and do that anytime, we appreciate you being here. But for now, Heathcliff with these damn animations. Trying to keep a straight face while talking, and I'm seeing twerking Yoshi and cats and shit. Yeah, look into it for sure. It's a great thing. Yeah. But for now, I'm gonna raid out. So let's see who we can find. Did you guys have anybody else online that was your second pick if we weren't here? We actually have someone playing Savage Worlds.
As long as it's not Valor Studios again.
No, this is
Yes, sir.
Gamer Sledge or Gamers Ledge. I don't know. It's like Pet Smart. Is it Pet Smart or it's the Pet Smart? I don't know.
Live and Let's Die. Before you raid out Live and Let's Die, if you ever see Valor Studios on, watch out, because we raided them last time and it said they were live, but it was just a recording.
And they're currently live right now, and it is also recording.
Yeah,
so they're doing it again.
They don't have it flagged as a rerun, so yeah, so they have fell off my list of people that I will raid out to. But hey, we'll give these guys a shot. They're playing Savage Worlds. They're doing a Dreadlands campaign. It's also their 8th episode.
I like Deadlands.
It is Valor Studios, yeah. That's who you were talking about. But yeah, so we'll go check out Gamers Ledge, and hopefully they are actually live. If anybody wants to hang out here, we're live every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern until midnight. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you all being here. And if you want to continue the content, hopefully you stick around with Gamers Ledge and enjoy them too. So thanks, everybody. Have a great night. Hey. And we're out.